Floor. Ah! I had to get that out. I am crashing out. I'm crashing out. I had to get that out of my system. I had to do it. I had to do it. I'm going insane. Been my no good, very bad, very fucked up day. I'm sure I probably scared you. Are you all right, boy? No. First, I woke up this morning and I was getting ready for work and I look over and my fridge, it was just open all night. Just a little bit, but it was open all night. And then I went and opened it all the way and looked inside and the fridge wasn't cold. And the light wouldn't turn on. And I thought the fridge was broken. Just the raw. I had to do it. I had to scream. But then I thought my fridge was ruined, so I was going to have to go buy a new fridge. But I still had to go to work, so I went to work. And I knew the bottom oven was broken because they told me in a text last night, and I was excited for that. But then I get there, and the middle warmer is also broken. So we're down an oven, and we're down a warmer. The warmer with the mysterious substance that I licked yesterday to figure out what it was. It was calcium. Like the lime scale that builds up on your pipes. Everything is breaking. And then I talked to the boss later and asked, hey, when was the last time we would put softener salt into that thing? And she said, I don't know. Yeah, I licked the calcium. I had to know what it was. It was just weird liquid with crystals in it. But I licked it. Then I asked the boss when was the last time we put in softener salt. We haven't. Not in the last 2 years the store's been open. We haven't put softener salt in the thing once. So I went and I did that. And I was supposed to be off at like 11, but I had to stay till noon. Oh, our affiliate cycles are syncing up. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Samantha. Hello. Oh, I'll make sure to do that. So after my stream. Thank you, though. That gets us one step closer to affiliate. We're very close. Actually, heard what you got under your shirt will make them regret all the things they did. Said teenagers scared the living shit out of me. They could care less as long as someone will bleed. All right, let's see here. Why did the bell go off again? Let's see. I can get on Twitter and give you a little follow. 1 second. Twitter notifications. Ah, here Here's your little account. There we go. One little follow for you. Oh, you got so many followers. She got me beat. They're scared the living shit out of me. They could care less as long as someone will bleed. So tuck in your clothes, strike a violent pose. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me. Nature's scared the living shit out of me. They could care less as long as someone will bleed. So tuck in your clothes and strike a violent pose. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me. I got you beat, boy. We just hit 31. You're going to have to do even more streaming. Oh, let's see. How do I, on your Twitch, click that button. Boreas. Aselius. Oh, you got 32. Our cycles are synced. Let's see. You said you want me to look at your panels. Oh, that looks very nice. I like how you used your little emojis. It looks like it's yours now. If you know what I mean. That looks like it's yours. It looks less generic now. But you know what I mean. You made it your own. You got it customized. Hey, I'm crashing out. I'm allowed to be dumb today. I'm a little guy, and they're going to make me a boss at work, and everything's already falling apart before I'm even become the boss. And then I took apart the broken warmer to try and fix it, and then they made me put it back together. You're at 32? It was 30 for me. Let me refresh. No, it's just showing 30 for me. Yeah, you have 30 followers. I has 31. I'm winning. 1 second. Windows Shift S. Give me my clip tool. Where's Clippy? I miss you, Clippy. Come back. Here, I'm going to go post it on the Discord to prove my point. Here, it's in general. 30. Now we got a race to affiliate, you and me. Here, let me refresh. Maybe it'll say more. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Twitch will filter out permanently banned accounts, but I think it takes a bit longer for mobile to update. So, for example, if a couple of your followers were from bots, it could be those. Yeah, well, we are, but we don't have to be. Best way. Oh, but I've been training this new fellow named Ben, who's going to be sent to another store to be a boss. Oh, if you ever want to know what song I'm listening to, exclamation point song. You, but I can't, as we could be immortals. Immortals. Ah, my throat hurts. I'm baby. Everything's going bad. It's no good. They're fucked up. I unlock the ability to breathe through my nose again, and everything falls apart. It is really nice to be able to have sodas again. They were on sale, so I went and bought a 6-pack. Yeah, and we had our district manager person in at work today, and like, I don't really care what they have to say. I come in every morning, I do my job, and then I leave. And I don't need some person that's never worked in this store to come over and tell me what I'm supposed to do. It's like when they sent the people to organize their store and they went and labeled all the shelves with where they want us putting things. No, I work in this kitchen. I'll put the shit where I want it. I know. I get special privileges. I thought that would be best just to keep it from getting too cluttered on the general chat. If you ever need another channel, though, for something, just let me know. I could make a general with media. I just figured we should probably keep it to where the landing page where people come into is not too cluttered and overwhelming. Oh, Bada went live. Bada has a wide fugi like I do. We're basically siblings. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have posted that in general. I just didn't want to directly message you because I thought that would be a little weird because usually you have to be friends. And I need to be very responsible streamer, man. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be a Mr. Beast or any of the other weirdos. I'm going to be a respectful. Maybe respectable is a bit too far. Responsible? Nope, not responsible either. Not creepy. I'm going to be not creepy. I don't want to be a creep. I don't want Chris Hansen to show up and use his superpowers to force me to take a seat. I don't know what happens. Chris Hansen says, take a seat, and people's bodies start convulsing until they land in the chair. But I was really worried about my fridge. I thought all my food was going to be moldy by the time I got home. I was like, man, Feastables has nothing on my fridge. You want mold? I'll show you mold. It'd be worse, almost as bad as the freaking miso I had, because I bought miso from the store, but turns out it expired a year ago, so my mold had grown mold. I live in a tiny town. There's not very many options for takeout. There's pizza. My apartment does have a little bit of a mold problem around the drains. I use really strong cleaners to try and take care of it, but there's only so much I can do. It was like that when I moved in. I just gotta keep cleaning the mold before it starts blooming. Then I'm fine. Because I don't want to be racist, but I really don't like this black mold. You know what I mean? It seems like that one in particular is bad for my health. I prefer the brown molds. Or maybe the slime molds. Those ones are really smart. I don't want to be racist against the molds. Mold is people too. Or is people mold too? You're molding? And now I'm just playing word association. Well, there's a whole bunch of different types of molds. Because black mold is this like black spider webby mold that blooms these white puffs and releases a neurotoxin into the air. So that's pretty cool. And then that's before I get into the fact that I'm pretty sure every wall of this house has lead, and they only last summer sealed up the asbestos in the basement, which means I can't have that as a snack anymore. I had a whole workshop in the basement that I then just couldn't use all summer. And then it was too cold to do work in the basement. Then I had bigger projects I had to do in the big wood shop. Some molds are really tasty. Like, you ever have blue cheese? The blue is mold. You ever have miso? Miso's mold. It's koji mold. Natto? That's moldy beans. All mushrooms are a kind of mold, I think. Fermentation is just molding, but we like it. Oh, speaking of fermenting, I made a ginger bug. I don't know if I told you about this before. I was trying to make some homemade all-natural sodas. So I took this jar and I filled it halfway up with water. And then I put in some ginger and I did some sugar. And then I repeated that every day for 5 days. And the yeast that naturally happens inside the ginger, it carbonated the water. The ginger bug is the yeast culture that lives in the water that you make by adding ginger and sugar. You feed it every day for 5 days, and then you put it in the fridge and feed it once a week. Then you take some of that water and you put it into whatever you want to carbonate. And then that water has yeast in it that eats the sugar and what you want to carbonate. And then that makes you an all-natural soda. Or some kind of like beer or wine. Like ginger beer used to be made doing that. But it's the same process that you use to make like beer. It's only 1 in the afternoon for me. And I don't know what realm of existence I'm in right now because I'm really tired. But I have my breathe right strip on, so there's more oxygen hitting my brain than normal. And I'm just chugging down the Pepsi. So I got caffeine too. You are 8 hours ahead of me. Oh, and to the few other people that are here lurking, thank you for stopping by. Always glad to have you here. But they keep giving me like random people at work that they want me to train to go to other stores. But they don't tell me ahead of time I'm training this person. So I think they know what they're doing already. So I'm like, okay, please make these pizzas for me and have them ready to go in the oven at this time, yada, yada, yada. And then I just leave them alone. It's gotten to the point where I won't even usually bother learning someone's name until they've been there at least a month. Because I don't know who we get to keep and who we're sending away. It's like in the movies when with the dog and you're like, go on, get out of here. I don't want you anymore. And then if they come back, they're yours forever. Oh. Were you actually fighting or was it an accident? Because concussions are no fun. My sister got a concussion too, and it was some Looney Tunes ass shit. She was getting a bag of chicken feed out of the van in winter for my mom. And I looked over and I saw she took a step and she slipped and she went down on the ground and the bag of chicken feed went up in the air. And then the bag of chicken feed came down and hit her in the head. Some Looney Tunes ass shit. I tell you what. I say. An accident is an accident. Yep. Accident. You're over here like, it was an accident, Catface. I swear, it was an accident. She does remember what happened, so it was an accident. Oh, have you ever seen those big wooden spools? The ones they have like power cables wrapped around. Let's see. Wood. W key still broken. Yeah. So, we had a big windstorm, like 80, 90 mile per hour winds. And we had this wood spool in the yard, and it ended up way on the corner of the yard. And my dad's friend was coming over to help us pick up after the storm, get tree branches, that sort of thing. And he jumped up on the wood spool and he was walking around on top of it, arms spread out like he was in a circus because it was sideways. So he was rolling as he was stepping on it. Well, my siblings later that day are like, well, that looked like fun. And they're doing that. And my sister does it and she falls. And she's like, well, Dad, my hand really hurts. I landed on my hand. And they're like, you're fine. It's probably just bruised. The next day, still really hurt. She had broken her wrist. But we didn't go to the hospital until the next day. Yeah. The classic Midwest. Does it still hurt the next day? Okay, now you can go to the doctor. It's like, can I see bone? Okay, we'll go to the doctor. Is there an exit wound? Okay, we'll go to the doctor. Otherwise, no. And it'll wait a day or two. Yeah, my sister is always hurting herself. Turns out she has really bad vision. Now, we learned she needed glasses when she ran face first into a metal pole on the playground. Just boom, bounced off it. I'm like, oh, that's not good. That's no good. That's no good at all. And she doesn't have like cute glasses. She got glasses that are like half as thick as your finger. No, children getting hurt is hilarious. Like her one eye is so bad, her brain just throws away the image. Her one eye is just like, yeah, we're just not going to use that because it's absolute shit. Like, the reason the one frame is so thick is because it's trying to make the other eye bad enough that her brain will use both. Like, I'm supposed to wear, like, reading glasses. I don't. I'm supposed to. Instead, I just read in books in dark places and make my eyes worse. Oh, but you know how our warmer was breaking at work? So I took it down with the help of the old lady because I could lift the set thing. I just needed her to push on one side to keep it balanced. The old lady that runs the register in the mornings. And I took the top off of it and I pulled out the tube that the water goes through to go into the reservoir. And a bunch of water just covered all the electronics in there. I dried it off really well and left it open to dry out more. But I didn't tell my boss that part. I might have I think I beefed it. I think I borked the entire machine. Just absolutely drenched it. You'd think Adam Driver walked into the room with how wet it was. And then I pulled out the piece of tubing because the tubing could come off, and I washed that out and got a whole bunch of lime scale out of it. Which explains why it took so long for the water we poured in to actually filter into it. Blame it on winter. I wish I could. It is 50 degrees Fahrenheit today. That's like 7 Celsius in the middle of winter. It was negative 40 Celsius this time last year. I'll be honest, if I wasn't streaming, I'd be fishing right now. Because you know what's great about fishing? You can take a nap outside and people don't think you're homeless. Yeah, minus 40. That happens sometimes. So compared to that, this winter, downright gentle. This winter's all but tucked us in nice and warm. Yeah, and the reason why I know it was minus 40 Celsius is because it was minus 40 Fahrenheit, and that's where the two numbers meet. Huh. Question. What is the bit rate? What does that mean? I don't know what that does. Why does my stream have a pulse? Is my stream alive? If I die in stream, do I die in real life? Yeah, bitrate. I don't know what it means. bitrate. On the stream manager page. What'd it do? I don't get it. So, do you want it to be going up and down a lot or to be flat? Like, do you want it going, or do you want to, like, what do you want? What's the goal? What's the goal here? You don't want it to flatline. Okay. So as long as it's all squiggly wiggly, we're good. Got it. You want the Got it. Yeah. Oh, it's like the beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps on the radar. Do you remember that in Spaceballs? The beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps? I remember. Yeah, you had the beeps on the radar. The boom, 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 boom. The sweeps, the vroom, 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 and the creeps, the those. The beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. I don't know what it is today. Maybe he's just having a no good day at work, but the ADHD is going wild. I feel like a different person. Hello, Kat. You want to say something on the microphone? I don't know. Maybe I'm being funnier. Maybe it's a worse experience. I'll leave that up to you. Why do you think, Boar? Meow. Yes. If you're going to do that, you at least have to also have the colon 3. Ah, my shift key is still busted. It's not working. Ah, ah. I want the wiggly. The little wiggly cat. I love the little wiggly cat. He's my little buddy. He looks like you, doesn't he, Shiro? Ma- you want me to meow? Yeah. Automata doesn't like when you say like words like fuck off and motherfucker. Do you want me to meow? Is that what you're saying? What? Do you think I'm a capital V VTuber or something? Only because you're my favorite viewer. Like that? Is that what you wanted? Is this what you want? Am I just a little like play thing for you, like a Tamagotchi on the screen? I need to get point redeemed so you can remember to feed and water me. Is that it? That would save me a lot of trouble, actually. I forget to eat a lot of the time. And drinking water, I don't know wanna. You'll have to make me. So I assume. No, that's how my cats sound. They like roll their meows in the back of their throats. Isn't that right, little buddy? That's what you sound like. How about you, Hide? You want to come over here? You're the most vocal of my cats. Come over here. That would be all 3 of them. Here, what is a meow supposed to sound like then? Because before they did that sound, they did the high-pitched kitten beep noise. Cat. meowing. Oh, that's so loud. Ah, my ears. Yeah, that's the best I can do, I think. All my cats keep that little throat chirp. What am I doing? I don't have cat ears. What? You just got one of those old farm toys. You pull the string and it spins around. It's just like the cow goes. Moo. Ah, that was terrible. The cat goes meow. The dog goes bark. Is that what you want me to do? Oh, that reminds me. I tried to learn a long time ago how to do those old like owl calls with your hands. How did it go? How did it go? You take your hands, you cup them, you put your thumbs together, you get just a little space between, and you blow. Well, it's not working, but I have succeeded in covering my hands in drool. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't know how they do it. Oh, you've never seen the guys that do like bird calls by blowing into their hands? And then they like open their fingers up and make all sorts of crazy noises? Yeah, I think you'll have to look it up because I don't got stuff set up. I don't got the thing set up right now. I can't show a video. But it works like if you've ever blown into a bottle and made the cool, like, boo sound. It's the same principle. You make a chamber of air in your hands, and then you blow across the small opening between your thumbs. And then that vibrates the air in your hands, making the sound. Okay, you put your hand like this, and then you fold your hands together. You lay your fingers on top of each other. You cup. There, I got it. Can you hear that? I'm not sure if you can hear that. I can't do it consistently. That's my problem. Yeah, but you're doing that with your hands. And when you get really good at it, you can make all sorts of like bird calls with it. I see. So the trick is you have to already have your fingers covered in drool. Ah. I need to practice that. That'd be really cool to be able to do. Just no one's paying attention. You go down and you just. and you do like bird calls. It's like the people that know how to do the upsettingly realistic baby cry, and they'll just do that when no one's looking. Here, have a breath mint. Why are you giving me a breath mint? You can't smell my breath. You don't know that I haven't brushed my teeth in 2 years. I mean, how rude. Ah, no, no, no. No, they can't know how much of a boy failure I am. I'm supposed to be out here girl boss pussy queening it up. And then everyone's just been like, oh, you mean that VTuber that doesn't brush his teeth? It's not my fault. I don't want to do dishes in the morning just so I can brush my teeth. Yeah, my apartment only has one sink and it's in the kitchen. So if I want to brush my teeth, I have to do dishes first. It's not fair. I don't know when to do dishes. And my sink takes half an hour to drain water. But the clog is like farther down the line. I really need to get somebody to come out here and snake my drain. But I don't like having people in my apartment. My apartment is my place. I knocked you out of your chair. I must be doing something right. Are the socks still on? I gotta knock the socks off. That's the goal. Oh, heaven knows we belong way down below. Oh, no, heaven knows we belong way down below, way down below, way down below. Ooh, that's right. Toxic has a pet snake. You know, the only people I've known before with pet snakes have been witches. So in my brain, snake equals witch. I'm getting better at that. Yeah, and one of the my brain needs to what? My brain needs to be remade. What, you want to send my brain back to the kitchen and have the chef remake it? It's called crippling levels of ADHD. Yeah, when I worked retail, I worked with witches. Not the fun pointy hat witches. Oh, bone apple teeth. No, the witches I had were the weird ones that would like crinkle their fingers when they thought you weren't looking, and were like, I am spiritual. No, witches with a W, like whiskey. And again, not the fun pointy hat witches, but Wiccans. The one was my boss, and she had a snake that she really liked. But she would always be telling stories about how her snake like tried to climb down her sink drain when she was giving it a bath and stuff like that. She was also like very anti-religious, which I guess becoming a witch, yes, bitchy witches, that would be accurate. Because I assume that was just her rebellion against like very Christian parents or very Catholic. Then she indoctrinated the nice old lady I worked with that used to date my uncle into being a witch. In the sink with warm water. And so then the nice old lady I worked with, the gray-haired old lady, she came into work one day then with dreadlocks. And I don't know what that's got to do with being a witch, but that was kind of weird on her, I'll be honest. Like, you do you, but that's a bit odd. Like, you've never worn dreadlocks before in your life, and you are nearly old enough to retire. Then we had another witch join the store, and she was even weirder. She got fired, but like at one point she's like, yeah, I found a dead rabbit on the side of the road, and I took it. It's been in the back of my car for at least a week. And this was in the middle of summer. That's not a rabbit anymore. That's soup with bones in it. It's soup. And I didn't like her because she was just annoying. You know how there's like some people, it's like, would you shut up? Like, you're not on camera. You don't need to be talking right now. Like, I know that's probably rich for a person that wants to be streamer man to say. But it's like, excuse me. There is work to do. You should be quiet and do your work. Talk to the customer, not to me. And then, not one of the witches, but we also had this lady that she kept trying to bum rides from everyone. I gave her a ride home one time and had to say no after that because she was giving me real creepy vibes. Like, no, thank you. Politely, not my type. You're fucking crazy. I hear her complaining every time she was called up to go run a register. Like, no, we hired you to run a register because I didn't apply to run a register. I was supposed to be working in the farm department, throwing the big heavy bags of feed and becoming all swole and muscular. But instead I would stand behind a counter for 8 hours ringing up rude farmers' bags of feed. Boy, you're going to take me around in your pocket? I'm not beating the Tamagotchi allegations. God, we need to... Where? Help! Help! There have been multiple occasions when I'm talking on my phone. It's like, yeah, I'll come over. Just let me find where I put my phone. Like, then how am I talking? Wait a second. How am I talking to you if I don't know where my phone is? It's in my hand and next to my head. I'll be honest. I either have crippling ADHD, some level of autism, or early onset dementia. And honestly, I think the dementia is the best of those options. I should probably go to like a therapist or something, but that sounds expensive. And BetterHelp, I hear, is a scam. Oh no, I need to call my boyfriend. I need to make sure he's not in somebody else's bed. Oh, wait a second, he's in my bed. Hee hee. Oh. Sorry, I am very congested today. I don't know if you can tell that. I feel gross. I got it in one. Hole in one, baby. Yeah. Oh, but speaking of people, or speaking of dead things turning into soup, there was a soup house that went for sale near my parents' home 2 years ago. Some guy died in his home. And he turned into soup because it took him like 2 months to find him. I really considered buying that house, but I didn't want to clean up. I didn't want to have to replace the soupy boards. Because you'll never be able to get rid of the knowledge that's a man turned into soup in the living room. Oh, we're just... No, he didn't get killed in his house. He just dropped dead. I assume he had like a stroke or something. Besides, you are far less likely to be murdered in a house that had somebody killed in it. However, after the second murder in the house, the chances spike again. First murder, coincidence. Second murder, pattern. Oh, who was the fellow? I think he worked for like the... yeah. Oh, wait. Second is a trend. 3 times is a pattern. That's it. That's it. You get it. You get it. Besides, the murderer is stuck in the house with me, not the other way around. Rack shotgun. Yeah, if you live in the countryside, I do think you should, at least where I live, probably have a firearm, just because it will take at least 10 minutes for a police officer to get there. So you're not calling for help, you're calling for a cleanup crew. It's like, hello, buddy. Hey, police officer, you have 3 minutes to get here. Oh, never mind. The door's open. You have no time to get here. Look, the likelihood that you'd ever actually need to defend yourself is next to nothing. What was yesterday? What did we do yesterday? I forgot. We built. We built and we went on a walk. I'm crashing out today, so we're being cursed today, okay? So what you do, though, is you get yourself a sawed-off shotgun, and you put deer slugs in that. That doesn't put a hole in somebody. That cuts them in half, is what that does. I'm not recommending violence to solve your problems. I'm saying if you need to use violence in a situation with no other choice, you need to use an excessive amount of violence, because that's the only correct amount to use. It's like if brute force doesn't solve all your problems, you're simply not using enough of it. No. Little bit. 33 cc's of violence. No more, no less. What level of violence? No, I shouldn't make that joke. I should not make that joke. You're too young. I won't make that joke. No violence jokes about ropes and whips and whatnot. I won't do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm better than that. I'm not Rose Doodle. I was going to joke about how if you were going to use violence on Toxic, you need to have a safe word. You know, in case you're doing the like chains and whips excite me sort of thing, but you're too young. You can't do that till you're an adult. You'll understand when you're older. Yeah, a safe word. Like pineapple or tariffs. Yeah, if you feel like we're but yeah, if you feel like Stream is third wheeling with you and Toxic, you could turn Stream off. Ah, yes, growing up with the internet, I had questions. I found more than just answers. I found so much more. The darkest secrets which cannot be unlearned. That sort of thing, you know? I just look around, Nani the fuck you talking about? I'm just a little guy talking on the internet, and I seem to be more entertaining today than normal because there's so many people here. I would need all the fingers on one hand to count the people. That's pretty wicked. I wasn't expecting so many people. I guess crashing out is good for content. Yeah. If I saw YouTube being nice to each other, I'd be concerned. I'd feel like something must be dreadfully, terribly wrong. Because in my experience, it's just you making Toxic make food for you and then you beating up Toxic. This is what I keep. I still remember, though, being a small child and using the church's internet to learn things I should not have learned. It kind of makes me think of my parents. Like, they'll always be, like, making fun of each other, pushing and prodding each other. But then next thing you know, they're being all cuddly, and it's gross. Like, now that I'm an adult, I'll see them, like, being cutesy with each other, and I'll always wait till the funniest point possible to remind them that I'm there. Like, good for them. I thought they were going to get divorced like a decade ago. It's like, you gotta wait till they go in for the kiss and be like, I am still here if you'd like me to leave. Yeah, if you ever hear me going like, bah, bah, when I'm trying to do something and it's not working, I inherit that from my father, apparently. Ha! You know who else is single as hell? Me. Yep, me. Watashi wa me. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm going to be the angry old man living in a cabin in the woods and not paying property tax someday. And that's going to be pretty wicked. Oh, hello, Panda. How are you doing today? How long have you been here? You've definitely not heard me talking about the souping and general crashing out. Or the chains and whips excite me thing. Okay, perfect. Everything was breaking at work. Everything. Bah! And then I kept strapping stuff too. Oh, are you in Midwest? I haven't really checked the forecast. I think we were just scheduled to get some rain just because it's so warm. Ooh, storms. No, I was talking about if I had bought this house that a guy died in, I would need to have a shotgun because it was far enough away from town where if there was ever a break in, it would be too long to wait for police officers to arrive. Oh, Hawaii. Okay. You get your own weather forecasts. I hope you stay safe though. And I was saying like, yeah, oh yeah, the house near like 3 blocks from my parents, a guy died in it. And he turned to soup. He souped. Like the bunny in the back of the witch's car, he turned to soup. Yeah, body soup. Soup with bones. I personally prefer my soup boneless. Like my chicken. Okay, so the guy died in his house of like a heart attack or something. And they found him a couple months later. Yeah. I was like broken Christmas lights. My touch is black and poisonous, but nothing like my punch drunk. I can't. Oh, bone broth is not good for you. It's got a lot of nutrients, but you know what else it's got? Heavy metal. And by heavy metal, I mean lead. Because your body doesn't know what to do with lead, so it treats it like calcium and puts it in your bones. Oh, you got the whitey boats. Oh, is that bone? Yeah. So I used to work with these witches when I was working in retail, and one of them picked up a dead bunny off the side of the road, and she put it in her car. I assumed to like get the rabbit's foot or something for good luck. But then the other day, then she one day told me like, yeah, the bunny's been in the back of my car for like a week. It was the middle of summer. The middle of summer in what amounts to an oven. That bunny was soup. Soup with bones, but soup. And that's what happened to the old man that died in the house I almost bought. Look, I woke up this morning and I got ready and I turned around to go out the door and from the bathroom. Yeah, I worked retail. There were weird people. We had 3 witches at one point. And not the fun pointy hat witches. I would have been really cool with that. You know, the ones are like, by the twitching of my thumbs, a great act of witching this way comes. Yeah, bitchy witches. One of them was two of them were my bosses. Yeah. I would have That is enough for a coven. They just needed a place of power. And all this started because Borer was telling me about toxic as snake, and the only people I've known with snakes have been witches. White girl rappers. If one of them weren't 60, then yes. Yeah, then I found out my fridge had been open all night and nothing in it was cold and the light wouldn't turn on, so I thought my fridge was broken, but I had to go to work, so I went to work and they had told me that the oven had blown another heating element, so we were down one oven. We had 2 instead of 3. And then also the food warmer that had the weird stuff in it that I licked to figure out what it was, it was completely out of commission. Woo. Phone broth. Put your phone in some boiling water, make some phone broth. Wicked. Yeah, it turned out to be like a calcium deposit. So we had 2 warmers instead of 3, which was fine. I just like having 3 warmers because I can then, at the end of breakfast, move stuff out of one warmer and into the other so I can clean the one. Keep all our stuff nice and sanitary like. So I went and I pulled down the warmer off the shelf so I could get to the top of it and clean out the reservoir because I knew it was like a calcium buildup inside of it. It's what it had to be. Oh, I miss those old ones. Table flip, table flip. And I'm the only one that actually knows how to handle tools at work. So I took the top off of it, and then I unhooked the tube, not realizing that the reservoir was still full of water. So a bunch of gross, like brownish gray water came out and covered the electronic wires. But I'm sure it's fine since it was unplugged. I mopped up all that water. I cleaned all the calcium out of the tube, but I couldn't get the lid off the reservoir to get in there and get rid of all the built up calcium stuff that was causing it to spit water and grossness out. That's because you probably are the youngest viewer. And do not throw tables at me. I'm fragile. I bruise easily. And then I went and asked the boss, hey, when was the last time we put water softener salt in our water softener? Because that would probably help not get these calcium buildups in future. Because our warmer works by steam. We fill up a jug with water, we pour it in the warmer, and the warmer makes steam to keep the food warm. Oh, little mouse. That's very cute. I should get out my notepad and save all these. And my boss said, I don't know, which basically means that in the last 2 to 3 years, they have never put softener salt in the water softener at work. So I went out to the car wash and I grabbed a half dozen bags of water softener salt, which that was really heavy. And I brought all those inside and made the new guy carry 2 of them. And I poured the O's in there and I told the boss, hey, set a reminder every month, check this. Every month, make sure. Because we'll probably need to put 1 bag in here every month or 2. And then when I was leaving was when the repair guy showed up. And they made me put the top back on top of the warmer and put it back together instead of leaving it open for him to work on. Because if he saw I worked on it, he would blame me for breaking it, even though I only opened it up because it was already broken. My work voice is I don't speak if I can help it. When I worked a cell phone service, though, I would talk a lot softer. My phone name was Ma'am. I know the water was so hard. Thank you for calling Travelers Insurance. How may I assist you today? That was my work voice. I would speak a little slower and make sure to enunciate, that sort of thing. Yeah, everyone got their phone names. Mine was Ma'am, and that's when I learned that I don't really care what pronouns people call me. As I know, it would take too much work to correct you. I still remember I would have to call Progressive Insurance really often. And their phone number was just a combination of zeros, ones, and eights. So it was all in that one line on the number pad. But if you misclicked one number, it would ring and then go, "Thank you for calling America's hottest talk line." And then you knew you dialed the wrong number. So you of course hung up that call. Well, it was also on cell phone, so it wasn't the best quality with our cheap headsets they gave us for work. Yeah, but yeah, you would try and call Progressive Insurance, and instead it was America's hottest sex line. And I made that mistake probably 3 times because it's literally one number different. Because I used to have the Progressive phone number memorized. Not what the number was, but the muscle memory for the pattern. Because I worked for an insurance company that, yeah, when them sex lines, like ERP, but vocal. Oh, did you know that you can use code HOLLOW to get 10% off your next order of Gamer Supps? Do you know what like ERP is and stuff like that? Or like Joy? JOI? Because it's like that stuff, but on the phone. Basically, you pay per minute to talk smexily to some random person. And South Africa almost certainly does. And even if they don't, here, let me just pin that for you, Panda. Look, I trust board to if I ever make them uncomfortable to either say something or they can always just tune off. I'm just saying that it's out there. I'm not going into graphic detail. One second. South Africa. Uh, First result on Google, it exists. That is all the more I will say. Your country is not better than mine. It's also not worse. It's already ruined. It's fine. I'll be honest. I'm a little freak sometimes. Just a little. I still remember my dude bro was complaining the other day because I had raided into Ari. He's like, I don't know what happened. I came back to my computer and there were just tits in my face. I can't read that. I can't read cursive. Treaky? Treaky? I'm guessing that's what you're saying. I can write cursive. I can read my own cursive, sort of. And I can sort of write cursive. Because I don't know what they did, but just earlier this, or middle of last year, I just unlocked the ability to write cursive by being tired. So I don't know how badly they beat me as a child to make me learn cursive, but they buried that shit deep in my subconscious. Because I learned that cursive is just, I am too lazy. I'm not picking up this pen. But as a child, I tried my darndest. I really did, but I couldn't read no cursive whatsoever. Mainly because every teacher I had was damn near ready to retire if they used cursive. Oh. And then we had Miss F in middle school. It would have been 4th grade. And then I had her mother teaching me in high school, which was really confusing because they look exactly the same, save a couple wrinkles. So I thought that my my middle school, like 4th grade teacher went to teach high school engineering, which was a big shift. It's why I was really confused. But turns out that the engineering teacher was the mother of my middle school teacher. I think we are. We got 2 whole followers today, and 1 2 days ago. Oh no! Now you're gonna be caught up to me. Quick, lurkers! I need your help. Lend me your strength and follow. Follow so you can get me playing Dark Souls drunk. Oh, it's saying I had 31 followers, and it was saying you had 30. So Panda is following you right now. That's what Panda means when they say less, which means now you have 31 followers, same as me. Huh? Wait, what? Yeah, I can read Panda's mind. But speaking of, I don't know how to segue this actually. I'm going to grab a beer. I will be right back. I deserve a beer. I should have a beer. Maybe 2. Am back. All right. I'm going to have to dig deep. Going to go even harder. But real quick. My last beer. It's room temperature, but it'll do. Because the room is cold. I got to go to the grocer's. Test the emote? Oh, does Panda or does Boar have an emote? No, I don't want to drink water. You'll have to get me affiliated first if you want to make me drink water. Besides, don't you know that beer is healthier for you than water? The alcohol kills any microbes that could possibly be in it. Oh, you that one you posted earlier by by my wide friendos. Let me go on to 7TV. It takes a while to update, but I can find this emote. All right. It works. Let's go. Oh, you mean 7TV in your channel? I recommend finding a streamer you like, probably one bigger than me that has more emotes, and just going through their list and picking out all the emotes you want. For example, I would never have found a certain set of emotes if it weren't for me going through Ari's channel. Yeah, you can just upload emotes. Also, look at those emotes. Look at them. They're bouncing all over. We got the fat ass wizard. I love the first one. Fat ass wizard casts gun. He's just a chubby little cat with a gun. Speaking of emotes, Boar, my friend, my compatriot, would you be interested in a wide peepo emote of your very own? Because I could hook you up with Mr. Cass. I would love to see more people with the cute, silly little wide peepo masturbation 7769420. It's only $25 US. Or when is your birthday, Boar? When is your birthday? May 11th? You might be receiving a little something on your birthday. You're going to get your very own wide peepo. If you don't buy one yourself, I'll make you get one. Also, maybe I commission a funny little artist man to make one for you as an affiliate present. And a birthday affiliate present. I'll buy you one. Do you understand that? You can be a little frog person too. Yeah, if you don't buy one yourself, I'll force you to get one. You will be white people with me. May 11th. We're adding that to the May 11th. Oh, your birthday's on Mother's Day. And I'm supposed to get Mama Goat on that day. That's right. I got my mother caramel apples from Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. And she said she thought I was getting her a goat and she was excited. For B Day. So this year, I'm getting her a goat. And she can deal with the fact that now she's stuck with a goat. All day, repeat every year on the 11th. Yeah, a goat, the animal. I'll borrow my dad's old truck. I'll hook up the cattle trailer to it. Or not the cattle trailer, the little livestock trailer. And I'll go get a goat. I'm sure I can find a goat. I'll go to the Amish and get one. Goats are gross. I don't like them. Like, yeah, I'll get you a goat if you really want to go. You're gonna have to deal with the bah, bah. Or maybe I could get one of them screaming goats. Or a fainting goat. Fainting goats are funny because they just have a really bad blood pressure condition that's genetic. Oh, they do have octopus. Wait a second. Octopus have goat's eyes? Goats have octopus eyes? Goats are secretly octopuses. There's no such thing as a goat. They're all octopuses. They're just squeezed into goat shape. And then they change their colors to look like goats. If I disappear tomorrow, you'd know that the government got me. Big octopus came after me. And if I survive this, I'll be on Joe Rogan. No, I'm always like this. I haven't even finished half my beer yet. However, I could be drunk. I do have rum and spiced apple cider. Although the apple cider isn't as good as the brand I normally get, but the store was sold out of that one. I don't think they'll have it again till next fall. And they only had quarts. I always buy mine by the gallon, so I had to adjust my recipe. But you can only adjust so much from. Yeah, we'll do a proper getting drunk and playing one of my favorite games, Dark Souls 1. Because Dark Souls 2 would take too long, and Dark Souls 3 I would speedrun. Oh, we could play a ninja in Dark Souls. Ninja. And not like any ninja, not like real ninjas. We could be a Naruto ninja. Are you watching me from the shower? Nino. Neato. I tell you what, though, you get an ice cold beer, put a straw in that, go take a nice hot shower with your ice cold beer. That's pretty wicked. I really am your very own Tamagotchi. How? How what? How is more taking me everywhere? I'm on mobile for them. Ooh, I want to be a plushie. No, I already have plans for a 2.0 version of this outfit, which includes the cap I asked for but never got. Because I have a flat cap that's made out of tweed that I absolutely love. And I would love to have my own merch be a line of old man flat caps. That just say like G on the inside lining so it's really stealthy. Oh, 2.0 would be a long time off, and that's something that I would have to pay for with stream revenue. That's far in the future. That's for when I become Giga and join V Shoujo. And I'm only half joking. If I were to ever join an org, it would have to be V Shoujo. I wouldn't trust any other. But I don't think I would join an org. Maybe if they had like an affiliate thing, but not a full member. But I would never want to sign over any of the rights to me. You know what I mean? I am me. I own me. No one else gets to own me. And damn, do I look good in this model. Oh, but back to what Panda was asking about the shower. Like, yeah, if you get a nice cold beer, put a straw in that, and you go take a hot shower while sipping your cold beer, that's really good. Oh, did you watch it on YouTube or on Twitch? Just curious. Because I do try and upload all my VODs. I did have to delete the last one because I wasn't paying attention, and I just said my real world name. And although I don't necessarily mind if people know it, I want to make an effort to keep some level of separation. You know what I mean? Because my job, I like my job. It's a big corporation, though. I know corporations don't like it if their employees are content creators. Okay. Yeah. I had someone actually comment on one of my YouTube videos. I was very surprised. Those are mostly, I figured, going to be a catalog for me. Speaking of, I should see if they responded again. Okay, yup, Tib. Any notifications? Nope. Yeah, they were asking what I was making in the little Tinker card thing. And I told them I was making my little Twitch background. And they were like, all of that for a background? I was like, it was fun, teehee. And this way I can then hand it to an artist and be like, hey, make this. But I think I'm going to wait on commissioning a background until Ghost debuts their new model, because I really want to have her in the background. She's a smaller streamer that streams early mornings for me. Like goes live 5, 6 o'clock CST, so that'd be 6 or 7 EST. She pulls like 50 to 70 viewers though, so way bigger than me. She's like 14 of me. Like Final Fantasy 14 of me. But she's so funny. And I got permission from her to slip her into the background. Hee. And her new model is so good. It's this scrungly cat girl, like goth, all black. Just big oversized t-shirt. And I assume pants, but we can't see them because of the big shirt. I would show a picture, but since she hasn't debuted it yet, it wouldn't feel right. Oh, that person that Samantha from earlier is messaging me on X. I think it's just giving me a bad vibe. I might just be being overcautious. It sucks that I've got to be so cautious, but there's so many scammers that target hopeful small creators. And although I don't really think of myself as a creator, I'm just a scrungly little guy. I'm aware there are people like, hey, you want a new background, right? You want art for your panels, right? I bet you want some more assets for your VTuber model, right? Let me do some art for you, please. Speaking of, I need to. Okay, I banned them. Yeah, white people, you would be so funny. And it's already so cute. And then we would basically be siblings. Uh, I've kind of changed how I want to do the background, but I really wanted at one point to have like random characters that, depending on like how many people were viewing us, random ones of them would be showing. It's like, yeah, that man in like the standard office attire with a robe, that is His Imperial Majesty James the Third of Accounting. Because I really wanted like ridiculous Feywild stuff. Like, yeah, I'm the third James, is what he would say to like the Fey. And they assume he means James the Third, but he's just the third guy named James in the office. And they assume that when he's Ed from accounting, he meant of accounting. It's like, yes, His Imperial Majesty James the Third of the Kingdom of Accounting. And it just spiraled out of the control where he's like, well, I can't correct them now because then they'll think I was lying. And I wasn't trying to lie. Plus, then you could stick him next to like Oberon. And he's just faking it till he makes it. Oberon's over here like, finally, someone of my station that I can converse with. And he's sort of like, yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir. It's like so incredibly terrified of the King of Fairies, the Lord of Green, that he reverts to squeaky teenager. Oh, speaking of Oberon, I need to look up all his titles because he's got so many and they're cool. Oberon. Ah, the Fairy King, the Lord of the Glades, the Walker of the Forest, the Eldest, the Stag King, the Green King, King of Avalon, Ruler of the Fae, the Eternal Trickster, the King of Fairies, Lord of Beasts, Ruler of the Sealy Court, and the Green Lord. Oh, like for the story, that would be a great idea. Although then again, it might look like you're trying to riz up the viewers, as the youths would say. Hey, I don't want to say you can't stream just because you're young. I'll have you know I'm part of Gen Z by technicality. I'm only 25. Oh, God, I'm 25. I was born in 1999. I was born last century. Help! Help! I am 25. I'm so old. I'm decrepit, 1 foot in the grave already. Back in my day. Yuck it up. I'm a decade older than you. But yeah, if you were born in 97 or to, I think it's 2010, you're Gen Z. But because I'm old Gen Z, I also get millennial alcoholism. And I grew up poor, so I didn't get all the new cartoons. I still got to watch Hanna-Barbera cartoons like the Flintstones and the Smurfs and the old Scooby-Doo cartoons. It was pretty wicked. I remember back when cartoons were good. Oh, you gotta watch the good cartoons too. I love when you're watching Hanna-Barbera cartoons and you can see where they screwed up. Like, hey, wait a second. Those arms don't match that face. Like, the skin tone is completely different. Or in the old Mario and Luigi cartoon, where the person that was coloring in the frame screwed up and colored Luigi's outfit red instead of green. So you had two red Mario brothers on screen for like 13 seconds. I loved being able to catch stuff like that because you felt like you were seeing something you shouldn't. It's like, I have seen beyond the veil. My eyes are yet to open. You feel like you've just gazed upon the face of the deep Lord Cthulhu. Let me guess. Was the channel Boomerang? Did they on Earth Day have a 24-hour marathon of Captain Planet? Do they still play He-Man? Boomerang was the satellite TV channel that I watched growing up that had all those old shows. But then we got rid of our satellite TV because it didn't work for like a year. They never sent anyone out to repair it. DSTV? Okay, I wasn't sure since it was satellite TV, so I figured that was kind of an everywhere thing. DSTV. We're sorry, the request cannot be saved. I cannot see DSTV because I'm in America. But luckily, with today's sponsor, NordVPN, use promo code G. Just kidding. It could be worse. I could be like, and thanks to our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Get 10 free polls when you use my promo code for Raid Shadow Legends. I Googled it, went to now.dstv.com, and it's, sorry, not available in your location. Why don't you like the deep voice? I was very proud of the deep voice. I thought I was doing something right. Like that's usually the deep voice I use when I talk about Cthulhu. Oh, DSTV Wikipedia. Digital satellite television. Okay. So that's like I assume sub-Saharan Africa. Okay. Makes sense. Satellites would probably have a hard time shooting past the equator now that I think about it. Speaking of, isn't the Sahara like getting bigger? Cthulhu. Haktua. Is that how you spell Haktua? I just been spelling Hawk Tua. I am meme illiterate. I'm also just normal illiterate, but that's not. Oh, I haven't been using the H. But you don't like the deep voice. You wouldn't like it was like Hawk Tua. Spit on that eldritch horror thing. Over 500 channels. That means you can do my favorite activity, searching for 30 minutes to find what you should watch before going to sleep. I thought it was more like a narrator voicey, but I can't really judge my own voice. Oh, it's like Corpse Husband, you know, choke me like you hate me kind of thing. I also can't tell if you just think the voice is scary, if it's a bit sexy. I don't know what you mean. Why don't you like it? Does it just sound bad? PTSD from Corpse? What happened with Corpse? I've only seen him in a few collabs, but he seemed like a generally well-to-do, nice enough guy. Mountains, I can be a miracle, work a miracle. Oh, oh, oh. What's an OP? Babe, buy me an OP. I'll poke. Like that? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, an operate. Oh, so it's a gotcha game. Okay. You'd have to have some really long arms. What are you, Mr. Fantastic? Speaking of, who names themselves Mr. Fantastic? If anything, he was Mr. Just Okay. Or maybe the being elastic helped with other activities. Maybe the ladies gave him that name, if you know what I mean. Oh, Panda. I was trying to figure out what is a bit rate? What's it mean? What it do? You're very tech smart. Or was just telling me I didn't want it to flatline. Uh, I don't know what Counter Strike is. I've never played PUBG. I very specifically avoid those MMO shooters. Or not MMO, but like multiplayer competitive shooters because it turns me into a monster. Oh, I can just Google it. I wouldn't want to try and do a Discord call with you while streaming. That would, I don't know if I have stuff set up right. And I doubt you'd want to be heard. Go work a miracle. Oh, oh, like an oath. Yeah, I just assumed that we wanted to go boom, 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 instead of you know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, it's like the radar. You got the beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. You know, you got the beeps, the boom, boom, boom. Uh, the sweeps, the vroom, 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 and the creeps. Here, let me just take a picture of my bitrate thingy and you tell me if it's good or not. I'll post it in the general on Discord. Also, we love Spaceballs in this house. Such a good movie. So very good. Everything by Mel Brooks. Fantastic. From Blazing Saddles to Robin Hood Men in Tights. Although, Blazing Saddles, you couldn't make that today. Too many N-words. Although it is really funny to see your grandmother do a finger gun at her own forehead and do that Blazing Saddles quote. My tiny, maybe 5 foot tall grandmother weighs maybe 80 pounds. Just anyone moves and gets it. But my sister also loved that movie. It's why one of our cats was named Headley after Headley Lamar. Trying to remember when that cat passed. I'm just trying to remember like the timeline for the pet. Because I think he passed a little after Ken got out and ran away. Poor little Ken. I miss that cat. She was so sweet. She was Yusuke's brother or sister. They were my first two cats that were mine. Before that, I never really connected with any animals. Except maybe Bear when I was a baby. Bear was our Australian cattle dog that we rescued. He was a red heeler. And he was so smart. He used to catch birds and whatnot. But he ended up going blind. So he would sit in the yard by the clothesline and he would listen. And then he would just, at a certain point, jump up and he would catch a bird. Then he would eat it. This blind dog was jumping in the air and catching birds. My head, instead of going under again. Time with you, I lose my mind as I'm running in circles again. And you're driving me insane. I think it's time that we took a break. Me, I'm just helping hard. Really, it's closer than it is too far. All right. I just assume as long as it doesn't. Oh, here. 2,498,000 or 2,498.82 kilobytes per second. Almost 2.5. My 2 keys still broken. And the tech guy never called me back. I don't know what a kilobyte is. I don't know why we're killing bytes. Oh, high bitrate means higher quality, but more CPU/internet bandwidth needed. Okay. 2,500 is a big number. So I'm going to assume that that's pretty good. But then again, that might be a little low. He said my bit rate was small. I play for like half a gig or something crazy. Internet speed test. All right, Google, what my internet do? My down is fluctuating at 90 and up. And my up is the same. From like 90 to 95. And that's megabytes per second. They're averaging at 90. That's pretty good. I'm learning. We're learning stuff and things, and there's lots of numbers. The numbers, what do they mean? And then Board's gonna say that the voice scared them, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, nil. Well, darn, my timing is all off. They must have set down their phone. But considering I'm not even using an Ethernet cable, this seems pretty good. I really don't want another cable running across my living room. And if you're hearing everything I'm saying, and it's not all choppy, then I'm not too terribly concerned at the moment. But look at us. We yapped for 2 whole hours. Let's keep going. I'm having a great time. Are you guys having a good time? I can't hear you in the back. Speak up. Are you having a good time? Yeah, I feel like 90 megabytes per second up and down is pretty good for wireless. My wireless Wi-Fi. And I don't go through a big ISP, which is nice. I can actually walk down to the office for my local if I ever have an issue. I go down there once a month just to pay my bills. Because it saves me like 60 cents in postage. Check my DMs. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Wah. Screenshot my speed test. Oh, it closed. I'll run it again. I'm running it again. It's not working. I gotta refresh. All right, we're doing it. We're speeding. Oh, it's even faster than last time. It's so fast. It's fast as fuck, boy. Oh, but my down dropped. Or my up dropped. There you go. Google says my internet connection is very fast. Google seems to like it. Unlike you, Samantha. Sorry, hatred for my ex-wife slipped out. Ignore that. Ignore that. Oh, so really funny story though. This new guy I was training at work, he's like, "Hey, look at this lady over here." Because they're this cute lady. Oh, I scrungled up too much. There. Am I getting closer? Oh, come on. VTube Studio. I will beat you like a redheaded stepchild. There we go. I could have better stream quality, you say, good sir? I will remember to do this. Yeah, so the man's was telling me, like, hey, look at this cute girl over here. And I looked over and I didn't see this cute girl. But I saw this very fine looking middle aged Indian man. Which I was very entertained by the dichotomy when I then later saw the girl he was referring to. It's just like, not interested in her, but her dad over there. Oh, you made a little intro for your server? I don't think I've actually joined your server yet. Oh, it's in the art. Oh, that's cute. I love how you use your emojis. It's very you. I'll be honest, other than the crying, laughing emoji, the only other emoji I use very often is the thumbs up emoji. Because it's a great way of saying gotcha, but young people think it's the middle finger emoji. And that's really funny. It's like, hell yeah. What are you doing? Oh. You're just old. You don't get it. Or like, I can't use ... anymore. Young people find that aggressive. I don't get it. Oh, but apparently one of the bosses at work is going to be moving in a couple months. So I think I got that job locked down. Oh, wicked. Congratulations. Who are you going through for your artist? Is it somebody on Twitter? Because if you're ever looking for someone to do more stuff for you, just check out Katya, the person that did my model. She might be out of your price range, but if you ever get to be big streamer, fella, she'd be a great midpoint for your models. Although at least with me, I always view VTubers as, hey, you are a background streamer, you're a VTuber, I don't need to see your face. Ari is the only one who will ever main monitor. And by that I mean actually be watching. Usually I just listen to streamers. As I think I said before, I spent a total of $390 USD on this model with the tip. You can probably budget for about 300 if you don't have any toggles. But that's not with rigging. With rigging, it would have been a couple $100 more. I think she starts at like 1,000. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, that's one thing. It's like when you find an artist that does good work for you, always ask them if they can recommend anybody else. Because artists love artists. Like, I assume all artists, just when we're not looking at them directly, join the collective artist cuddle puddle. Ah, cord. Like it's not a circle jerk, it's a cuddle puddle. They just love each other. Like when you're not looking, the artists are drawing themselves kissing each other. Yeah, that's for a fully rigged model by a professional. For 300 US, would be 100, would be 1,085, 850. So 3, 16, 20. About 5,500 South African are. Well, or if you were older, I would say just use your camera and be a face streamer. You got such a nice camera. Invest half of what you would in a model into a good microphone. Did I share the rigging tutorial videos I used with you, Boar? I could have done more with this model. Fair enough, fair enough. That's the big appeal of being a VTuber. Speaking of VTuber, VTube Studio! Stop it! Stop it! I'm not getting farther away from the camera. I will zoom in. Wah! Wah! Oh yeah, they do. Let's see. Rigging live 2D tutorial. Let me find it 1 second. Go to videos. Or I go to her playlist. Copy. Yep, this is it. This here. Oh, that's perfectly understandable being self-conscious. That is the first video in the series. If it doesn't show up in a playlist, though, just go to the person's channel. It's one of, like, the 4 playlists they have. One thing I learned that helped me with being self-conscious is, hey, fuck everybody else. Oh, I love when I get really close and you can see my eyelashes on the model. Look at those. Look how good they are. I'm going to get huge. Look at them. My eyes are so pretty. I love them. Yeah, look at the bottom of the corners of the eyes. Look how pretty those eyes are when they're closed. Ah! I love it. I love it so much. Ah! Katia cooked. She cooked so good. Do it. Shrinking and expanding myself makes me nauseous. I'm gonna be tummy issue Cinderella if this keeps going. I'm fanboying over Katia's art. You don't get it. Just seeing it come into being and then doing the body horror process known as live 2D rigging to it. It's like making a child, but less sweaty. I'm so proud. Look at my little man. Look at this little boy on the screen. Yeah, I know what I said. It's like making a child, but less sweaty. What don't you get about that? Hey, he's my little guy. He fits on the screen, so he must be little. Now, I picture him as the size of a Barbie doll because he fits on my computer screen. Well, if you're going to clip it, I should make a clips channel so you can share them with me, and then I can download the clips and I can put them on TikTok, and then I become big streamer man on TikTok. Here, let me just make a quick channel and call it Clips. Create channel. Yeah, throw your clips in there. Oh, I check TikTok once every couple of months to see the man that swings the big buster sword every day until he can swing it like guts. And that's about it. I watched one TikTok video. I said, I'm going to follow this guy's journey and nothing else. And it's crazy. It's a big sword. It's a really big sword. Food. So much food. I don't want to cook. Why are you showing me food? Yeah. Give me the scrungly guys. Give me the white people. Oh, more. We did add another one. We added my sister-in-law in white people-ness. We have Wide Hollow Hammer 777694420. Give stick no more Nuggies $15 Wendy's gift card. For our white people family. Lemon treats you well. You don't know just as well. Who gives help? Of course it looks like Ari. It is Ari. She always looks like that. Yeah, that's White Hollow Hammer by Cass. Yeah, it is small. I don't know how to make it so a single emote gets bigified, but I need to learn how to do that. I don't memorize it either. I'm reading it off the 7TV. I'm not in OBS. I'm in the stream manager on Twitch. So I'm seeing myself at a slight delay, which is concerning. You ever see yourself moving on a delay? It's weird. Oh, that reminds me. I need to get a new phone case. The outside rubbery part of it that goes around the edge of the phone is coming off of like 2/3 of the phone. And it made me lose my little pick that I keep inside of the phone case. If you ask at phone stores, they'll give you this little metal pick that's made to go inside your like charging port and get all the dust and gunk out of it. They gave me one when my phone charger stopped working, and they showed me how to use it without breaking the charger. But because my phone case was broken, it slipped out, and it's so hard to find because it's just this tiny little metal thing. Although I do suppose you could pick a lock with it. It'd have to be a small lock. Yeah, you see that little pick and you think, oh, it must be cold outside. Hee hee. I'm pretty sure it's been consumed by my couch along with most of my socks. I don't want to go in there. It scares me. Because the little the cloth thing that goes over the wires in the couch ripped a long time ago because this is a used couch. So stuff falls inside of the couch. Well, speaking of inside of the couch, my cats love to go inside the couch. It's like a little cave. They get to explore in there. I have to change your litter, don't I, little catto? Oh, you're being very sweet laying on my leg, aren't you? Good little lady. And I don't want to wear my glasses, so I won't go look for it. I don't want to. You're not my mom. You can't make me do anything. My mom can't make me do anything. I'm 25. Who am I kidding? She tells me to do stuff, I do it. I'm a good child. I love my little kitty cats. I need to post some more pictures of them. I'll have to go back through my camera roll. Yeah, I am 25. You want to feel old? Kids born in 2004 can buy lottery tickets. I needed to know what it was. And my tongue is very smart. I know what lots of chemicals taste like. For example, I can tell you what the inside of a glow stick tastes like. Uh, and the answer is sour. You were in kindergarten when I was born? Oh no. What's it like being Unk Panda? Note to self, get a focus, redeem. Make it like 2 bits. Something silly. Like, you want me to focus? That'll be 1 nickel. No, don't go. You're one of my favorite chatters. I have 3 chatters, and they're all my favorite. Oh, hello to everybody stopping in. Hello, hello. We're doing our little affiliate push. If we get up to 50 followers, we'll hit affiliate. And then that means I have to play Dark Souls drunk. And that'll be pretty fun. Oh no, I never watched that movie. I stopped watching movies because I got bored of Marvel. I still haven't seen Endgame. One night, yeah, one more time. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for the memories. See, it tastes like you, only sweeter. Why would I? The memes are so good already. It's not like they could be better. And they're not really being used anymore either. But I realized more like I just ramble train of thought, I am uncomfortably close to Froggy. I might be autistic, guys. I might be autistic. And I don't want to be autistic. Although it might be a requirement to be a successful streamer from what I've seen. Just maybe. Or maybe the requirement's just having trauma. I need to go get some trauma. Brain trauma, if nothing else. You know what I mean? Come on. Let me date like a cute lady that's real mean to me. I want trauma. I also want to be able to do this owl call, but it doesn't work right. Yeah, Boar heard me doing it earlier. I got it to work a couple times. You make like a big like ball with your hands and you blow across your knuckles of your thumbs. I did it. Ah! I did it. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Well, why would you chase a waterfall? They're always in the same place because the water is falling. If anything, they're just very slowly moving backwards as they erode the stone. I just want a girl that's mean to me, you know? Or a guy. I'm not too particular. I'm desperate. I got that desperate riz. Can you hear that? Is it working? Exactly. Hell yeah. I need to get good at that so I can make it a little redeem. Yeah, I'm doing that into my hands instead of a bottle. It's really cool. God damn it, I am autistic. Maybe that's what my therapist meant when they asked me if I was acoustic. I told them no, I'm a baritone. I wanna make you move, 'cause you're standing still. And if your body catches what your eyes can do, you'll probably move right through me on my way to you. All right, I can sing. I'm going full bard. Quick, where's the nearest dragon? No, I'm not autistic. I'm an electric. I mean, there were probably signs like me learning how to do the really loud and scary witch laugh when I was young and using that to prank people. I wonder if I could still do that. I wonder. I'll probably get a noise complaint. Should I do it? Should I try? Should I see if I remember? It's 3 in the afternoon. Surely they won't mind too much if I'm a bit loud, right? Right? Surely it'll be okay, right? Smile. Smiles in your direction cutely. Surely I could do no wrong, right? Smile. Borrows your car keys. Smile. Eats the last tasty snack in the fridge. Smile. All right, no one's told me not to do it. All right, we're going to move the mic back a bit for this. How was that? Can I still do it? I think I can still do it. I didn't even have to build up to that one. Did I wake you up, Boar? Did that return you to consciousness? Oh no, I've been sent a clip of me. Ah! All right, I need to go in and add one more second to it so it can be, yeah, I know what I said. Oh. Oh, that is good. That's good. Write that down. Write that down. Like a child, but less sweaty. Yep, yep, yep. I cooked. God, I hate the sound of my voice in those clips still. I know you guys say I sound good, that you like my voice, that it is acceptable at best. I don't believe you. I think you're lying. I think you're gassing me up. You want me to be over here like, in a world. In a world ruled by apes. Oh, to record the storm? Is that what got posted in IRL? I saw a little notification. Ooh, that's a storm, all right. Ooh. Ooh, that looks like fun. But your palm trees aren't sideways yet, so you can take a bit more. Oh, should I start using that announcer voice for when people follow? Thank you for the follow, Panda on point. Thank you for the bits, Boreas. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Talum. Should I do something like that? I feel like it's too e-boy. In a world devoid of joy, one man gives 5 subs to the chat. Messing with your voice, though, is fun. I still remember when I was working my job in answering phone calls for insurance. I was in between calls, like trying to come up with a YouTuber intro. And it just led to me like answering calls, like stuttering out of a YouTube intro into a normal, like, hello, thank you for calling. Like, hi, yeah, hello, thank you for calling Travelers Insurance. It could be worse. They could have called their insurance to, hi, domo, jides. Yeah, I do remember being a kid, and the first like real YouTube video I wanted to make was just going to be a recording of me sliding back and forth in front of my like workstation on a office chair, doing different YouTubers intros, trying to figure out just like, top of the morning to you, Nope. Hi everyone, my name is Mark and Nope. How's it going, bros? Nope. Why did I get small? I didn't move that much. Maybe someday in future I do VO work. I wouldn't even really know where to start, though. I just have fun with my voice. The other day I was talking about, like, you know, when you're in your car and you start doing like a Joker impression or practicing your villain monologue. It's like, well, if it isn't the Batman. That sort of thing, you know? You just mess with your voice, see what you can do. It doesn't have to be good, it just has to be fun. Yeah, you keep telling me to try it out, but where do I go? How do I try it out? Man, I do the well if it isn't the Batman. And like 3 people manifest into being on my viewers. The little number go brrr. Online casting calls. Okay. Who is casting and why are they calling? I'm kidding. I generally know what you mean. But I don't feel like I have the like ability to audio edit and record to a level of quality that most people would want. Wait, you need a soft environment, right? Right? What if I just throw a blanket over my head and the microphone? Here, let's try it. Let's try it. Well, if it isn't the Batman. In a world ruled by apes. Like that sort of thing? How's that sound? I can't see what you guys are saying when I throw a blanket over everything. I don't have a closet that I can record in, but is this better sound quality? Because I could build a pillow fort. That'd be pretty wicked. Do I can be a full-grown adult streaming from a pillow fort? Because that would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. No. I got it at Guitar Center. 1 second, I can find it. Guitar Center. Go to their website. Ignore their sales, even though they're so good. Microphone. No. It's got a little bandy bit in the middle. They have 235 pages of microphones. Now in stock. Choose stores. There, that pared it down to just 60 some microphones. I'll find it. I'm going to find it. I win these. It was like $200. Maybe the Audio Technica? Does it have a logo? I think this is it. Leave my sound processor alone. Yeah, it's an Audio Technica is the brand. Damn, they overcharged me for this. Here it is. Audio Technica AT2040 Hypercordioid Dynamic Podcast Microphone. That's a lot of words. I don't know what that means. I'll be honest. I don't know what those funny words mean. Let's see. Dropped frames is stuck at 0. Hell yeah. Well, yeah, I got a mic that had an actual XLR port. I didn't get a USB mic or just an HDMI. I know the basics. Then I have that running into a Scarlett Mini sound processor before it goes into my computer through the HDMI. Because I knew that. Oh, I do have a basic set of filters on OBS already. Yeah, if I go over to OBS, audio input capture, cancel, filters. Yeah, I have basic noise suppression, a 3-band equalizer that brings down my high and ups my low. an expander, a compressor, a limiter. So when I bump my mic, you don't hear it. And then VST2X plugin. I don't know what that does. Oh, it does nothing. What if I just gave you remote access to my computer and you did thing? I don't know what any of these funny numbers mean. I'm just a little guy. A little guy on the internet. Surely I can do no wrong, right? Surely I can do no wrong. Teehee. Gives you bedroom eyes. Smile. I mostly said that as a joke. Oh, I still remember when Connor did that for Iron Mouse, though. It's like, well, if anyone else ever told you to do this, don't. Just don't. I wonder, should we actually do something today? I did do a bunch of off screen grinding in Enshrouded, and maybe I built just a little bit. I just finished one of the roofs and made a couple railings and fixed some floors. Whoops, teehee. Oh, I bet. I at least know what I am saying when I say I could give you access to my computer. Most people don't understand what that means. Well, I'd have to get rid of model. And I do think having model is bringing more people in, which that's pretty cool. At least if I played Enshrouded. Maybe Slay the Spire? Nah, I'm not vibing it. We'll just keep yapping. The Yapponomics are doing good today, I'd say. We got so many people in. My funny numbers are going up so fast. Was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. I'm good enough for her. The yap is strong in this one. Let me see. There have been a lot of people here today. What is my funny? Holy shit. 4.1 for average viewers for the first hour and a bit of this stream. And we've just been doing better through the rest of the stream. That's crazy. That's incredibly crazy. It hasn't processed the other 2 hours of stream yet. That makes me really happy. Oh, I should text my brother and tell him he should follow me. That'd be pretty cool. That would get me one step closer and take me past Boar. Boar is now my anime rival. Like, my deck has no weak cards, Boar. I play Karibo in face-up attack position, and then I play Duplicate. And then I play Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. Your move, Boar. I miss the original Yu-Gi-Oh. It was so silly at times, but it was a good show. Did you ever watch the old Yu-Gi-Ohs? I know Joey really enjoyed them. Yeah, I used to be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but Yu-Gi-Oh's become so complicated with your pendulum summons and your sacrifice summons and your digifusions or whatever it's called. I summon Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. The card I drew is Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. The card I drew is Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. The card I drew is Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. The card I drew is Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. Etc., etc. Something like that? Oh, exactly, exactly. It was so ridiculous and so much fun. I should go get another phone case this afternoon. How long is the phone store open? I don't know. Let me check real quick. Hometown name. They're open till 6. We got like 2 whole hours. We got plenty of time. It's only 3:30. I always try to go to places at least a half hour before they close, because sometimes they want to close a little bit early. And I've been there. I've wanted to close early before. Oh, my tracking is having a hard time. May I take 1 second just to turn on my light? That'll help. It's starting to get dark. I back. I back. Maybe I could get a used old iPhone that mostly works from the phone store. And then I could get the little boom arm that the iPhone goes on, and I could put my model on that. And that would probably free up a lot of processing power for my computer. Wouldn't it? Yeah, but I had a friend, uh, they were Nick 3. I've talked about them before, who tried to teach me how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they did like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff. And they gave me a 6 samurai deck. And I had no clue what I was doing. I was just like, funny guy with sword. Yippee. And he's already like, I play these 3 toads stacked on top of each other. It's called Totally Awesome because it's totally awesome. And it allows me to do some kind of bullshit. I was like, okay, I like the little picture. I'm just here for the art. Like back in my day, if a card had more than 4 stars on it, you just had to sacrifice 1 card to play it. And if it had like 7 or 8 stars, you had to sacrifice 2 cards. I'm out of beer. I'm out of beer. I only had 1 can of beer and it was room temperature. My no good, very fucked up day. I have to go buy another case. That last case lasted me like a month. Everyone knew every card except Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. I still play Magic the Gathering like that. It's like I play Standard, which gives every I choose white creature +1 attack. Ooh, hailstorms are cozy. Especially if you got something really nice and warm to drink, and it's like, fuck you outside, I'm inside. And the sound is so good. Uh oh, Panda, you weren't here right at the start of stream, I don't think. I scared Boar because I played a song, and the next song I played was Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and I did the opening scream. And that was the first thing I did into the mic. Oh, that hailstorm. Hey, hey, hey. I'll be honest. This relationship in this song sounds completely horrendously toxic. I want it. Just give me somebody that's mean to me just a little bit. I want them to be mean to me, but also be Big Spoon, you know? Oh, it's not that bad. I've never been in like golf ball sized hail. I've been like pea sized hail. It's just little tinking sounds. Speaking of toxic, I don't know if you're here, but hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in the past 2 days. Oh, and I need to tell Boar to stop gatekeeping me to his friends. Although, if he is my anime rival, then he has to gatekeep me because it's the only way through power of friendship that he'll be able to defeat me and hit affiliate first. Which will allow him to get the first part of Exodia, the Forbidden One. Only by defeating me will you get the first shard of the crystal which you must assemble in order to defeat Bahamut. I'm trying to think, you don't really have like harsh winters in Hawaii. It's tropical. It's summer all year round, right? Like you got your monsoon season where it's windy and rainy. Misery. Oh, I love Green Day. Ah, so it's hot and you can't find your hat, or it's hot and everything is soup. Gonna be honest, that sounds miserable. Yeah, I live in Iowa, which is fun because in winter it gets as low as -40, and in summer it gets over 120. I still don't believe mountains exist. I've never seen a mountain in real life. Same with the ocean, actually. I've never seen the ocean. So are we sure they're not just like really big ponds? Like, what makes an ocean and not just a pond or a lake? And don't tell me it's salt, because we get salt out of the ground. It's everywhere. Yeah, I know you get used to it. My family has a friend who moved over to Carolina, and it stays warmer over there. So they came back and it was like 40 degrees here, positive 40 degrees, and they were shivering like a little baby. And I'm over here in shorts, a t-shirt, and probably Crocs. Like, dude, you are a full-grown man with a beard. I am 14. Why am I making you look like a wimp? Oh, where all the aboliths live. I see. Because the ocean's got things like anglerfish, which I don't think should exist. Anglerfish are sexual parasites, literally. I don't get it. How does that happen? Who decided that was okay to let happen? Angler Anglerfish men bite the women and then slowly turn into soup until they're just a pair of balls. It's upsetting. I don't like it. I'd rather the giant squids. At least I can comprehend what that is. Anglerfish are monstrosities which I cannot comprehend. They are horrors beyond human comprehension. Yeah, I make a lot of jokes about finding somebody, but I know that I am so incredibly dependent on a partner that I would be a mess. I am a golden retriever with separation anxiety. Which is why if Chad ever left me, I would be a wreck, inconsolable, absolute mess. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little attention whore. Nah. I'm a mess and a menace. I'm an M&M. She little candy. Soft chocolatey interior. Whew. You know, I'm more used to being told that my music taste is weird. So I hate to tell you this, but you might have weird music taste rather than us both having good. Oh, speaking of music, though, at work they were saying that they were going to ban earbuds. And I said, okay. And I brought in my big speaker to work, and they weren't going to ban earbuds anymore. A millennial sugar parent? Ah, hell yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I learned that from my dad. My dad works construction, and they don't allow you to have earbuds under your hard hat. My dad has long hair as well as I do. Or he had longer hair when he was younger. He could just hide earbuds under his hair. But he was like, hey, joke's on you. I got this really cool radio that runs on a DeWalt battery. A DeWalt, like 6-volt battery, I think it was back then. And everyone on the job site can hear this. We're working in a school, so it's 80s hair metal instead of the curse and stuff I usually listen to. My dad's a bricklayer. Which, now that I think about it, is kind of weird. He hardly knows those bricks. Does my mom know about that? Here, let me adjust. There. Mic is adjusted. Oh, Panda. You got those Twitch drops. I've never redeemed them before. How does one redeem Twitch drops? Asking for enshrouded related reasons. You'll allow it. Maybe I should give you the sword, Panda. Maybe. I don't really think I actually need mods with the amount of chatters I have right now, but in future, if I'm needing them, I'll probably give you one if you'd like it. Although you're usually at work when I'm streaming, so maybe it wouldn't work out. I would need people that are actually fully present for the stream, which kind of sucks. I've given a couple of my friends the mod sword just because I know that if I tell them how to use it, they will only use it if they see some wild shit, but leave the rest to me. But I know they'll be a little silly with it, but they won't actually abuse it. Oh. I need to talk about something. Quick, give me a subject. I need a subject. Well, I went there, but then it had to make me sign into Steam, so I had to change my Steam password because I haven't signed into Steam in 3 years. But then I did that, but now I don't know how to collect them in game. I'm very confused, but that's also my normal state of being. I guess I'm a Confucian. Yeah, that. I gotta check something. Does that pick up on the mic? I swear, my cats have really influenced me in the opposite direction. If I have a bit of a mustache, I will just rub it against the microphone because the fuzzy sensation is nice. So I don't know why, but I like rubbing my upper lip against this microphone. Oh, I picked up an extra shift on Sunday or Monday, so that stream will start like 9 o'clock my time instead of like 7 o'clock. So much lore. I told you about the witches, the soup guy, the soup bunny, that my dad worked construction. What other lore did I give? And a criminal profiler could go wild with everything I've said. The wildest person I've ever worked with. What kind of wild are we talking about? Because we had Nick 3, who was an absolute character straight out of a stoner comedy. Then we had a Logan who was Nick 3's roommate and like best friend, but he was the real chill big guy in the stoner comedy. I still remember, though, having to grab Nick 3, who is a full-grown adult, and I'm maybe like 15, and shove him as hard as I can out of the kitchen because he just come in the back door, and the health inspector was there. He was in a like tie-dye wife beater with his hair down. He had big curly hair, like an afro type of thing. One of the friendliest guys you'd ever meet, though. Now he's off and he's doing like assisted living stuff with seniors. Then there was Big Nick. Big Nick was a piece of shit. He would always try and get pity while being an asshole. Apparently he tried to self-delete, which would make me feel bad if he also wasn't extremely mean to his blind mother. It's like, you know what? I don't care if you're sad if you're mean to a blind old woman. Like, be polite to your mom. And I don't believe he actually tried to self-delete. I think he was just trying to one-up me when I was talking about dealing with depression. Then there was the witch, and she did something that really bothered everyone in the store and made everybody hate her. She was our secret shopper and kept giving us bad scores because we weren't going up to her constantly asking her what she needed help finding after her shift. Because she worked there and she should know where things are. And we treated her like a friend, saying, hey, how you doing? And that sort of thing. Yeah, the witch was the secret shopper. She was the one casting the curses on us to make us fail our secret shopper tests. Like, there should be a rule against you working at that, having worked at that store to be the secret shopper at it. Well, you would think that since she's a manager at the store, she would give the store a good rating to make her metrics go up. But no, we couldn't figure out why we kept losing points and whatnot on it. I don't like witches. Wait, one of my teachers in school was a witch. She was pretty cool. She did just at one point say like, yeah, I'm Wiccan. You're like understanding of that isn't really right. I don't like going into it because some people's parents aren't comfortable with that. I have encountered 4 witches that I am aware of. Because Wiccanism, there's different ways people approach it. There's the rebellious, I'm a witch, I'm a cast spells on you. And there's the, I believe that there is a deeper connection to nature and understanding that way with like druidism or shamanism or mysticism. And that's the side of it that like, I can get behind that. But if you're the weird kid in the back of class, like, curses onto the pretty girls because you're not popular. No, I think I know why you're not popular. If you like, took a shower, brushed your hair, and were a little normal. I just don't think your identity should be, I am rebelling against my very Catholic parents by saying I am Wiccan. Exactly. There's a very big difference from the, this is what I believe versus, I hate this. This is the farthest thing from that I could think of. Like, bippity boppity, get the fuck out. My mom actually worked at that store with me for a few months before she realized I hate working retail. I was like, yeah, it fucking sucks, don't it? But she always was really uncomfortable around the weekend manager because my mom is very religious. And it means a lot to her. So the very anti-religion stance that she had, that she was very vocal about, really bothered my mother. And then when we had the other manager, Mr. Anthony, he was Anthony, but we put a space in it because it was funny. And he had the gout. So depending on how he was feeling the other day, he might come into the store with like a crutch or something. Now, what you need to know about the gout is it is largely exaggerated its effectiveness the more sugar you consume, because it increases the swelling and the fluid in your joints. So I feel like a lot of his issues were self-inflicted because he always had little Debbies in his desk. And like, I love little Debbies. They're a nice little treat. But zebra cakes aren't medication. Stop taking them so regularly. Charging crystals in the sun. No, you need your JO crystals. You and the boys get together in a circle and charge them up. Exactly. Like, you can medicate, though, and have a good diet and largely get by. JO crystals, they were a thing back when I was in school. J is in Julian, O is an Oscar. 3 guesses how you charged them. My stoner friend, Thor. We called him Thor because that was his name. Told me about him. Who knows? Maybe he was tricking me. I was very gullible. Still am. Ooh, Bad Romance is so good. Oh, and I worked. The J is a jerk. Why aren't you the streamer? You're way funnier than me, Panda. It has been at least a decade since I've heard of them, so they might not be a thing anymore. I believe it just started as a joke to make fun of crystal peoples. I assume it's in the same vein as like the Shungite rocks. Oh, but then we had the lady that worked back in receiving in retail, and I call her Sam from iCarly because she acted like Sam from iCarly. She just did not give a fuck. Oh, fair enough. I am single man that lives in tiny apartment. I don't have much to do. Shungite rocks. I don't know. They do everything. They're funny rocks that emit auras and give you balance and everything. They make you live forever or some shit. She'd be riding around on the forklift. She was forklift certified. I'll have you know, nothing more attractive in a woman. She'd be riding like the little forklift thing that we had for inside the store. And be like, hey, Mr. Candyman, so glad to see you. You're my favorite guy. What papers do you got for me today? Because we had a guy that would bring in a bunch of the candies for the store. One day she was just back in the warehouse shooting birds with the store used BB gun with the manager with the gout. I didn't know you could use a varmint gun, let alone then use it indoors. I did try to use it a couple times, but I don't know how to use those guns. The only varmint gun I ever used, I had to pump like 50 times first. I was aiming for a groundhog, but I think I hit a sparrow. Well, it was back in the warehouse, not in front of customers. Like, she's the kind of girl that I wouldn't be surprised if she's like, yep, this is my butter sock. Why is it a butter sock? It's a sock that I put a stick of butter in so I can beat bitches with it. Yeah. Yeah. The store had a big bird problem because it was a farm supply store. And like a hardware store. So we had like bird seed and cattle feed and chicken feed and everything. And bags would get torn, seeds would get spilled. And birds are just like, hell yeah. There would always be like 3-4 birds in the store at all times. If you timed it just right, you could get the automatic doors to open and let the birds out. Well, yeah, when you have giant garage doors on the side of the building to bring in supplies and go out to the yard for all of our outdoor storage stuff, you're going to get birds flying in. Then they'll go through the big swingy double doors into the main part of the store. And once they're in there, they live there. I mean, if they wanted to give me a ladder and a fish net and like double my pay and give me health insurance, I would have tried to catch those birds. That's all stuff we had. I could have probably done it. But I would have really wanted health insurance. We work here. Speaking of we work here, use code HOLLOW to get 10% off your next shipment of Gamer Sups. You can also use code HOLLOW for 10% off your taxes. Use code HOLLOW at your barber to get an extra 10% off your hair. We work here. We're having fun. Oh. 10% off the next lore drop. Calcium. I wonder what my code would be. Because I think it should just be my name. But I never even really wanted to put San at the end of my name. I just wanted to be J-I. But that was too short. So then I put San. And then that was taken. So I had to add 1333, which is a very important date. It's when Himeji Castle was built. And that's where I stole my name from. And that's your next lore drop. Himeji Castle is absolutely beautiful. It actually got bombed during the firebombing campaigns during World War II. The bomb broke through the roof, landed in the top floor, but never went off. The code works? I see what you did there. Calcium. Tell you what. 10 bits so I can see if the TTS works, and I'll tell the sledding story of how I nearly died 3 times in one morning. Oh, my model? Hell yeah, I do. My model is G, and he was raised by the cafe, or rather by the guests and the owner of the cafe. Oh, you must have to be affiliate for it. We'll get to test it eventually. If nothing else, I'll be giving myself bits to see if it works. But basically, you had La Baba Yaga the Younger. who went to, and was doing a deal with this lady, like, I can save either you or your child, but I can't save both. Whatever you choose to leave behind is the cost. And the mom's just like, take the kid. And it's a little baby. And she's like, wait, you're not supposed to choose. You're supposed to choose to save the baby, not you. That's not how this story goes. But then she picks up and takes the baby. It's like, you're a bad mom. I'm just going to leave you here. And so she takes the baby. And she comes back to the Crossroad Cafe with a crying baby. Like, I don't know what to do. What do we do with the baby? Ah! And then, like, you have this cafe that's full of all sorts of people from, like, fairy tales. You got magics and everything. And then you just got, like, this young guy that's like, oh, I'm just normal. Then reaches out and pulls, like, a ribbon out of into existence to tie up their hair. And no, this is just a trick my aunt taught me. Your aunt, the Baba Yaga. Your uncle, Oberon, King of the Fae. Well, like, that's just Amy. It's Amaterasu. Like, I'd love, like, a lore that's just like an animated picture book, like going through the pages. Like, you have the very little him accidentally using a wand of fireball and destroying part of the cafe. Him on a ship with Blackbeard. While the Baba Yaga is flying behind them screaming, no! Like the old vine of, what do you have? A knife. No! But yeah, stuff like that. It would be like, the reason why I called it the Crossroads Cafe was it was a reference to the Crossroads of Israel in the Wandering Inn. It's the place where everything meets outside of time. But instead of having it be a demiplane, I put it in Avalon or the lands of Fae. I know, right? But it's so heavily based off of The Wandering Inn, which is a fantastic series. I cannot recommend it enough. You can read it all for free on the author's website. But the audiobooks by Andrea Parsnow are fantastic. Well, not even just eldritch beings. Like, that's just like your classic, like, Grimm fairy tales pixie. Like, I don't know what to do. Do we eat it? It is crying. Human babies like milk. Yes. Like, I have milk. Let's see. I have maiden cow's milk harvested under a full moon. Nope, you can't give a baby with something with that much magic in it. That'll cause problems. Okay, we gotta unmagic everything. Like, I picture my character, like, going out to draw water from a well, looking up and seeing a werewolf staring them down, be like, oh, we'll be open in just a moment. Oh, exactly. Like, the few humans that would end up in the lands of Fae would be like archmages from fairy tales or King Arthur. Which, in The Wandering Inn, King Arthur is done so well when they're in the lands of Fae. Because he is King Arthur 3 in 1. He is the boy, the man, the elder. It's him at the three biggest points in his story that always meet in the kingdom of Avalon and discuss. The boy when he first drew the sword from the stone, the king who ruled with the sword at his side, and the broken old man about to cast the sword back into the lake. Yeah, and then I just imagine, like, my character interacting with people and be like, what do you mean? That's fully normal. What do you mean you don't sleep with a circle of salt around your bed just to make sure your mom doesn't try to scare you at night? Oh, we're going on vacation. Let me grab the chicken bones so I can make the cafe walk to where we want to go. Like if I were to do a summer special, the opening animation would be the cafe standing up on chicken legs while I stand on the porch wearing a witch's hat. And then later sitting down in front of a beach. Like the classic Baba Yaga's cottage. Like if I could afford to do a full animation with voices, it would be like my character would be like, I want to be a witch though. But you're a boy, you can't be a witch. Well, my mom's a witch. Grandma's a witch. My aunts are witches, so I'm a witch. That's how that works. I think I'll just get him a horse. What should I get the boy? Ah, yes, a bowl to catch moonlight so he can use it when he's making iced coffee so it won't keep him awake at night. A jar of sunlight that he can add to his morning coffee to help him wake up more organically. Like in The Wandering Inn, the main character Erin was preparing food for fairies, and she was talking about how like sugar, it's unpure. Fairies will only eat things that are pure. How can I purify it? So she dissolves it in water and leaves it out in a basin to catch moonlight. And that satisfies the fairies. It's that weird stuff where like it only makes sense in a fairy tale. Like a cow's first milk and venom from spiders, life and death at one table. Just take the teeth and give them back when they're fully grown. That's so cursed. I love the idea of like the scary, like old Baba Yaga witch waking up a young like nursemaid or a mother in the middle, like, what do you do when a child is teething? Tell me and I will allow you to keep your toes. Because I kind of pictured like my character's mother being Baba Yaga the younger. So it'd be like the daughter of Baba Yaga, not the old wizened crone with spindly limbs and a nose long enough to pierce her own thatched roof. And then I wanted to take like all the different interpretations of Baba Yaga through different Slavic countries and have them be like a coven. Like Old Iron Teeth was one of the names. I feel like I'm the only person in my D&D group, though, when we do Feywild stuff, that when the Baba Yaga shows up, my character gets scared. It's like, no, 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 no. That's in all the fairy tales I was told as a child. No, 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 absolutely not. I'm praying to every god and everything else out there that might hear me, because the Baba Yaga doesn't actually have rules. And for the U, oh, that would be so good if just in the corner, it's like, well, you say I can't be a witch, but what about Uncle John? We do not speak bad of Uncle John. Don't do it. He scares us. I swear, I saw a clip of the original Matrix. I was like, wow, look at baby Keanu Reeves. Look how young he is. Look at this little guy. I didn't know he came in this young. Had a dog. Yeah, I really like how they do witches in The Wandering Inn, because instead of using magic like normal, they harvest emotions for their craft. And the reason why they have hats is because that's what they put their craft in. And all like witch culture, it focuses around their hats, like if whether you tip your hat to someone or not. But then a hat doesn't have to be just made out of fabric. Aaron's hat was made of fire. Some witches would craft their hat out of the sky or shadows. It got so weird and metaphysical in a way I love. But it should be, there's a rhyme. A witch should create as much as they take. A poor witch takes more than they create. But a witch that only takes was a mistake. Because even like the Witch of Webs, Bellavira, the ancient, scary witch that can fight kingdoms on her own if she's in a bad mood, has rules. You will get what you asked for, even if it's a monkey paw wish. Here, let me... Uncle John uses fear. Well, there are some witches that use responsibility, guilt. Some try and use happier emotions, like joy and happiness. But those are so hard to catch. They're so fleeting in the moment. The Wandering Inn. The book series is on volume 10, but there are currently 14 audiobooks because the audiobooks are split up differently. It's all completely free. I use an app called Voice Aloud Reader, where essentially I share the chapter with the app and it'll read it to me while I work. You will have to go in and just help it pronunciation of some names. Because, for example, there's characters like Kilbakid Chazaim, one of the Antinium. His name doesn't have vowels in it, so the TTS has a hard time. But it very much inspired the story, because The Wandering Inn is this inn that Aaron ends up running after getting isekai'd. She is not the only one being isekai'd. It's a pandemic of isekaiification. She was just trying to go to the bathroom one day and then appeared in front of a dragon. Well, I do love how they did how Pirate Abba, the author, because she has the pen name, did the names for the Antinium, because they almost never use vowels, which makes sense because they have mandibles. Their mouths are very different. So when their language was developing, it didn't really develop in the same way. It's all around like clicking and popping noises. So when you hear like the Queen of the Antinium speaking, the way Andrea Parsnow voices it is fantastic. But The Wandering Inn, you have Kilbakit Shazain, the Slayer of the Antinium. You have Relk Grasstongue, the General Slayer. You have General Cerise ends up coming by. A host of witches, adventurers galore, goblins. A dragon visiting in disguise, an ancient undead monstrosity. The terror of Israel, the necromancer sends a mouse to spy on it. The dread Oz-Karash. And I love how they do the different cultures for the different races. For example, gnolls are very like open about sex and the like because they have really good ears and even better noses. There is no hiding that sort of thing in a nomadic culture like most of them have. Because there's a small number of city gnolls, but most still live nomadically. And even city gnolls, when they first start, they complain about things like the sewers. Or they'll say like, all drakes smell or all humans stink. And it's not them being racist. It's, I can literally smell that you took a shit yesterday. Exactly. You can tell and hear even when they tried to be polite and pitch their tent farther away. Like, Gnoll children have those traits even stronger, their sense of hearing and smell. So there's no really having the talk with them. And then, like, drakes are descendants of dragons. Their children tend to go through a hoarding phase. And some people claim that drakes are a very greedy species because they never really grow out of it. Oh, exactly. There's a couple of chapters where they're like, one of the gnolls, Krishaya, is like, Aaron, when was the last time you slept with someone? You are stressed. I can smell it. You need to find yourself a boyfriend. Like, don't worry, they make potions so you won't have to worry about having baby. Oh, yeah, there is one ancient dragon in this story, and as far as I'm aware, they're the last ancient dragon. But it's so interesting seeing his difference in view on everything. Because, like, the current era magic is weaker and everything else because the great mages of old have passed and the upper layers of the College of Wisdom are sealed. And I haven't even gotten to the Return of the Dead Gods. It's so good. It's so good. An innkeeper has to fight gods after the lands of the dead were destroyed and devoured, while the wrap between worlds was only barely pushed back. You have like Dullahans, which their limbs and heads aren't attached. They also don't have skin, which is why they wear armor and why it's such a big symbol of authority and whatnot, because they will die of severe infections if they don't have solidly sealed armor. Exactly. It's like, why is an innkeeper so important in geopolitics? And Dullahans tend to be very stoic because their armor isn't very expression. It can't really convey expression in the same way. They also put a big emphasis on sacrifice for warriors because Dullahans they grow to the size of their shell. So they have war walkers in their culture. War walkers are ones that are like 12 plus feet tall. The problem is the strain for growing that tall leaves them infertile. They do have heads. They usually carry them around, have them in a sling or very carefully prop them on top of themselves. But not only their heads are disconnected, their limbs can disconnect too. Geneva, when she first delivered a Dullahan baby, was very concerned when the head fell off. And then there's centaurs who refuse to execute women. Because imagine how complicated a horse birth is. Now add 2 more limbs to that. Centaur women are so likely to die in childbirth that they refuse to ever execute them no matter the crime. Yeah, dull hands are just Gundam models. The dwarves are pretty classic. They venerate their ancestors. They have a very strong crafting culture. They're also the closest to reaching the industrial era. They have assembly lines. Then you have Frerlings, the small folk. They're 3 to 6 inches tall. They're the most magically advanced civilization that lives in hiding. Because no matter how good you are at casting fireballs, if you're 3 inches tall, that's not a very big fireball. Exactly, tiny boys. Then you have Selfids, also known as the body snatchers of Beleros. Because they are native to Beleros, and they inhabit corpses. There's a very big no-no about them inhabiting living bodies, because they did that during the Selfid Empire and nearly conquered the world. Whereas they have to use corpses, which means they're able to repair them to some extent, but there's a very limited amount of use that they can get out of a corpse, no matter how hard they try. So they're constantly having to, when they're out of Beleros, try and bargain to buy people's corpses, which most people don't like the thought of that. Well, not only that, but they don't really have a sense of touch unless the corpse is fresh enough that the nerves haven't degraded. For example, one of them had to buy the corpse of a man that died of diabetes and was constantly complaining about how gross the body felt. They also have psionic abilities that's not really touched on except in one of the side stories. They're the only race that has them developed to an extensive degree. Exactly. But also, the higher level the corpse was, the sturdier it is. Because as you level up in the story, because it is a lit RPG, but it's very light on the level system, your body becomes infused with magics and develops what's called Galler's muscle, named after the person that discovered it. It's just muscles. They're about 10 times as strong as normal. It's the reason why people that are high level, which is over level 50, are freaking... Sorry, I'm all congested. Are like Superman. Like, they don't make sense on a physiological level after a certain point. There used to be gnomes in the setting, but they got so smart, they're like, I don't want to have sex anymore because the world is fucked. There were halflings, but they were brought to extinction, killed by the other races and turned into monsters, literally. There used to be spider folk in Beleros. They were nice. They're all dead now. That's the level of history. Like, we're only just now in the story learning more about the elves. Because the elves aren't around anymore. There's only half-elves. And half-elves have such weird culture because they can live to be up to 1,000 years old. And there are half-elves that live in villages, pretending they're still immortal. They'll every day step around a weed in the road until next thing they know, there's a tree in the middle of the road. They'll go through the same routine every day to the point that they can blink and the seasons change for them. They talk about how if your regular breakfast is eggs, that's rather risky because what if you get an egg with 2 yolks in it? That'll ruin your whole year. Like Saria Springwalker, she's an elf. I think she's like 60 to 80 years old, so rather young by elf standards, but incredibly mature because when her grandmother who was raising her died, no one noticed for months. No one in the village noticed. She left after burying her grandmother and burning down her cottage. What's wrong with 2 yolks is that it breaks up your routine. They're playing at immortality, the same thing happening every day without variation, without end. Because half elves die from becoming entangled with mortal affairs. And they didn't notice that Saria had run away for 2 or 3 years. They still thought of her as a little girl. She was 80. There was one elf in the village that was the last to learn about Saria's grandmother dying. She hadn't stood up from her chair in years. She was a powerful mage and would just hover whatever she needed towards her. And Pirate Ava, the author, I should say artist, does her prose so fantastically that when she describes how like the half elves live their lives in the villages, it is genuinely disconcerting. The thought that they don't learn the name of the merchant who visits their village every year because he will be dead in what feels like a month to them. And I haven't even gone through all the races. There's the Minotaurs who live in self-imposed exile on the Isle of Minos. There's goblins that are a species capable of leveling and greater cognitive thought, but are treated as monsters by all races because when they grow too strong, they become goblin kings and go mad. There's the immortal races in hiding, the few that still remain as the era of man progresses. There's the lizard folk who can grow into different type of naga if the right conditions are met, but those conditions are carefully guarded. We have to keep them from finding the eyes of Baleros because otherwise the Nagatine Empire will happen again. And we can't destroy the eyes of Baleros because there are currently 5 continents. And we like that number. There used to be 8. We learn later on in the story that the edge of the world everyone talks about, near the Isles of Drath, isn't the edge of the world. It's a crater. Well, most of the lizard folk, their whole lives, they're a bit childish and very curious. The Nagas, when they arise, whether it's culture or some part of their biology, leads them to being parental towards them, and the lizard folk naturally want to follow. Like every species has at one point in time in the world's history ruled the planet, or nearly. Like they talk about the Isles of Drath, which is like the Asia themed part of the world that we don't get to explore much, as this great empire. The people of Drath view their empire as the few islands that didn't end up in that giant crater. Like, it's not just a crater in the world. It's a crater through reality, because the people of Drath have to fight Seawalkers, also known as the Rot Between Worlds. These horrifying eldritch monstrosities that don't always function in the same plane of physics as we do, that occasionally climb over. The people of Drath spent their lifetimes refining themselves and their souls so that in death they could push back the dead gods for a second. The Empire of Drath, during the end of the Lands of Dead, bowed to the sea as you could see ripples on the ocean as generations of ghosts all fought to push Ladonius Devi over the edge of the world. To drag what was left of a god to where reality itself ends. And the author did such a good job writing it to the point that I was trying not to cry. As the first empire and the greatest, abbot, Buddhist abbot monk, hooked arms around the dancing god and walked over the edge of the world with him. I'll be honest. I think Pirate Abba is better than Tolkien. Maybe it just came to me at the right time. I started reading this series when I was in high school. It's been ongoing for 10 years. I only just caught up to it a few months ago. I could not sing enough praises if I started reading the book from page 1 on stream. Oh. If you do it on mobile, there's an app. It's called @Voice Aloud Reader. You don't have to pay for the premium. You'll have to listen to one 15-second ad per chapter that it reads to you, because you share the page to it. But if you do actually want to, I can share my list of names and the pronunciations I put in. Because I had to go through and tell, hey, you pronounce it bow, not bow. It's pronounced Kershaya. Stuff like that. Help it with the names. Like Bloodfields, pronounce it like it was 2 words. Yeah, they got the Bloodfields, where the humans and the drakes go to fight every year. They spilt a bit too much blood there, and now things got weird. And by weird, I mean, excuse me, why is that tree trying to kill us? And the different continents are all so unique. Israel is the only one that doesn't feel fully conquered, even though it's host to major powers. Oh, there's Chandrar, the continent of sands, although it's actually quite diverse. There is a large portion desert, home to the slavers of Roshul and ancient empires whose ashes still peek out from the sands. The great kingdom of Kelt, whose 18th undead ruler still guards it to this day. And the king of destruction, who wakes from his slumber. You have Beleros, the continent of mercenaries, the frozen norths of it ruled by the Dullahans, and the jungled souths fought over by mercenaries who fight to rule each inch through blood and gold. Israel, the new continent, the northern half captured by a noble families who migrated from the continent of humans, whose name escapes me at the moment, and the southern half ruled by the drakes. It is divided down the middle by by a chain of mountains, the tallest in the world. And situated in the pass between the two is Liscor, where our story takes place. I can't remember the name of the other continent, but it is the continent of Man. It is where the 100 heroes established their kingdoms after the Kreller Wars. Krellers being these horrifying monstrosities of poisonous blood, too many limbs and teeth that grow more powerful the longer they live. Ancient Krellers ripped dragons from the sky. These Krellers were born from the dreams of a half-breed god, so a demigod, who is trying to wake up. The Antinium, still on Rur, fight her to this day. Rip dragons from the sky. And not little baby dragons. Full-grown dragons. There were 5 ancient dragons left, if I remember right, at the start of that war. 2 died outright, and 1 died of their wounds. There's only 1 still alive that I'm aware of. There are 2 young dragons, not even 2 centuries old yet. There's also a worm, who is the secret power behind one of the kingdoms. Worms are like dragon, but more snake. There was Fithi, the last dryad, whose ancient tree had died, so her body was made of petrified wood. She was desperate to establish new great forests, knowing very well that they could never birth a dryad. And even if they could, she would likely be gone, and that child would be raised without anything. The last unicorn talked to the dead spirits of the half-dead spirits of nature, and tell them there would be no force to sing to this child, even if we could plant this dryad seed. There's no great forest left. It would grow alone. There is nothing more cruel we could do to it. And then there's Rur, the blighted kingdom, the continent of Rur, whose 5 walls encompass the lower half to third of it, as they're in their eternal war against the demons, who are fighting Rur while also fighting said sleeping god. Yeah, if you have Audible, there is audiobooks. There are 14 of them currently. But I understand that that is a big investment, which is why I recommend it through Voice Aloud Reader. And I use the Brian TTS voice, I think it is. The slightly deeper, almost British sounding one. Elric Brothers? Yeah, I love how the story starts with girl lost in the floodplains, nearly dies of poisoning after trying to clean a fish, to girl stabs the Prince of Man through the chest to save her friend without a second thought. Yeah, I just love the era of the book as well, because this is the waning world, is what the Knolls call it, where the great magics of old are gone. The immortal beings that once guided people have died or gone to hiding. And then you have peeks into other eras, like the era where magic died, where a wizard that got to level 94 wanted to know what would happen if he opened up magic itself and tried to put either take it into himself or put himself into it. So there were centuries where people didn't have magic. So you know what they did? They got good at kung fu and swinging swords. That was the era when martial arts blossomed. That's the era of Zeladana, who could swing a sword and split mountains. Literally. It was the era when numerology became a thing. There's a weird bit of Taoism in some parts. For example, one of the younger witches is like, oh, I have a really hard time explaining it. So she starts sweeping. And by the end of sweeping, she figures out how to swing her broom just right to shove all the dust across the room into one spot. Or she'll talk about how I spent months learning how to clap like monks do. Clapping just right to where it would make the rain around them go up and like not be raining for 30 seconds. Like the skills you get from leveling are just imitations of things people have done. Well, it all seems great and everything until a walled city is raining down hundreds of spells on top of you. Suddenly being able to clap good doesn't help. Like, it's always a matter of the scale of power, because the average person doesn't pass level 20 in their lifetime, or barely will hit it. Level 40 is absurd. Level 50 is almost unheard of. But what I really like is that later in the series, you start actually getting the system of levels point of view, learning where it came from. That the system of levels and the reason why there's all these different races and things that match Earth's stories is because this world was basically a group project for a bunch of gods. And that the system of levels, the great work, was basically the passion project of the architect god who wanted to give mortals a way to grow empowered so they could fight the rot between worlds. Because gods had rules. They had things they could and couldn't do, but mortals, if they could get to that level of power, they could do things that gods couldn't. That was the idea, at least, to my understanding. It's still being explored as time goes on. And like it's been hinted at, and I'm not certain yet, but I believe the madness of Goblin Kings is, hey, this war, the war against gods, it's not over. Fuck, shit, fuck, ah. Yeah, I lore dump this stuff to Steckkill on our like drives home after D&D because I need to speak to stay awake. And I do sometimes worry, like, I'm telling you so much that some of the biggest reveals won't matter. But then I realize it's gotten to the point of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Most of what I told you won't happen till 4 volumes in. Like, there's things that are hinted at, like the talk about, like, Selfids not being allowed to inhabit living bodies. But when one of the Selfid characters' friend was severely injured, she went inside him and basically stopped the bleeding. We are on volume 10. It is an ongoing story. I started reading this on a website called Royal Road, Royal Road is a fantastic website. People are constantly getting published off of it. There's also a lot of slop there too, but even the slop is fun. But the site started as, hey, I like this Chinese web novel called Royal Road. I'm going to translate it and post it on my little website. And then they're like, hey, my friends have a story they want to post. I'm going to expand my site. Oh, well, why don't I let more people post on here? And then it became a big web novel website that anyone can post on. I still remember I read this sloppiest story I've ever read. The Legends of Randiddly Ghost Hound. When the Earth is integrated into the system, Randiddly Ghost Hound, legal name, is trapped inside a dungeon and somehow manages to survive and becomes the most powerful human in existence. I read over 1,000 chapters of this. Oh, no worries. Here, just before you go, I'll give you the Royal Road website. If you're ever looking for some really shitty, like, teenagers writing their own animes, it's fantastic. And there's some great stories mixed in there too, but they're hard to find. I still wish the Tales of the Necromancer Kaz was continued, but I don't think it ever will be. It got dropped. The author might have even died for all I know. This young lad had to go through a duel despite not being fit at all, but incredibly smart. Barely manages to survive after cheating by using a ghost he had summoned, if I remember right. And then he's on the run, trying his best to survive and not become a monster while practicing necromancy. The closest book I found to that premise was, I think it's The Book of the Dead, which I need to catch back up on. But it's a young man whose parents are great heroes, but on the day when he receives his class, he received Necromancer, a forbidden class. So the kingdom would force him to give up this class, but instead he chose to run away. He continues to grow in strength, but his parents are forced to go after him because of the sigils that are carved onto hunters to compel them to do what the kingdom wants. They choose instead to kill themselves once they find him and make sure he is safe. And preserve their bodies so when he levels up enough, he can use their bodies. Now he is on a quest for revenge after the end of Volume 1. Going through all the extra steps as he studies the ways to create more powerful undead. All so he can bring down the kingdom that caused the death of his parents, that subjugates hunters to their whim, that decided his very existence was illegal. And as the camera panned out, he scribbled notes in his journal, the same book that would one day be known as the Book of the Dead. Oh, it's so good. It gives me shudders just remembering how well written it was. I never get to nerd out about the bad web novels I've read. I need to also find the Iron Teeth Mountains and catch up on that. That was another one where man is like, I like this goblin. I will keep this goblin. I will teach it how to be a ranger. Like me. Goblin becomes Hobgoblin, becomes like a hired killer and stuff like that. He has a very different point of view of morality that largely seems to revolve around his stomach. I haven't read that one, though, since I was 14 or 15. And before I got on there, my friend Captain Erica, who's in here before, I was reading the sloppiest book I could imagine. It was a light novel. It was that time I was reincarnated as a slime. The translator would put these bad clown jokes at the front of each chapter, which eventually turned into like this whole side drama series that you would only get in these little notes at the start of each chapter, never more than like 4 lines. I wish I stuck with reading more, but as I get older, it feels like my ADHD gets worse. So I have a harder time reading and have to use more like tools like that voice aloud reader app or audiobooks. Pair that with just the fact that I have less time to sit down and do just one thing. But look at me nerding out. I'm such a nerd. Let's see. Maybe we should raid into somebody. We can at least look and see who all is live so we can kind of plan for later. Make sure Ari didn't sneak in live and it not give me a notification. Who knows? Oh, my viewer count has been cut in half. I blame the storm. Quick, Hubert, bring me the weather machine. No, not the evil weather machine, the only a little bit evil weather machine. Oh, speaking of evil weather machines and sloppy isekai, He Who Fights with Monsters. It's on Royal Road. It's been being published, so it's probably stubbed, but you can get it for free using the Wayback Machine. Like a little criminal. Like the Pirate King of old, stealing your novels. But it's all about a very sassy Australian man, a half Japanese, half Australian, who gets stuck into a fantasy world because some rich asshole whose family was part of a cult, but he was part of a different cult, tried to do a summoning ritual and fucked up. And accidentally got a naked, sassy Australian man who now has to save the world. But first, hopefully he can find some pants. Jason Asano. That's the protagonist's name. He gets summoned and appears not in the summoning circle, but in the hedge mage just outside, and is trying to complete quests in order to level up and get stronger. It's such a level of nerd. And it's so referential and irreverent in its comedy. I love how, like, to throw people off center, Jason will make a bunch of references to old TV shows from Earth, like Airwolf, which I'm not even sure if it was a real show. I just assumed it was. But who knows? Maybe the author made it up for referencing. Also, but Jason does that to put people on the back foot, to make them think he is crazy, when really he is at his wit's end just trying to survive. Here, I am going to go fill up my thermos because my throat is really dry. Let's go to our break time screen. Guess who's back? Back again. G is back. Back again. Hope you're surviving out there, Panda, if you can hear me. Let's see. I feel like such a little guy today. And I got my apple cider with all the spices in it. I got my clove and my allspice and my cinnamon stick. I need some whole nutmeg, but the store didn't have any. Why won't you give me all the nutmeg? I want the whole thing, not the powdered little bitch nutmeg. It's not the same. And then it would be all silty in my drink. And the only silt I want is the pulp from the apples. Also, please stop putting sodium benzoate in my apple cider. I want to turn it into soda, but the sodium benzoate kills the yeast in the ginger bug. I tried so hard and it didn't work. I even bought the fancy little glass bottles that had the seal tops on them that you could squeeze them shut. It didn't work. The ginger bug died. It's dead. It was going to be really tasty spice cider with a bit of ginger from the ginger bug. But no. It's no good. Very fucked up day. Speaking of, I'm surprised it hasn't exploded in my fridge because ginger bugs, when you seal the jar, the contents become under pressure because the yeast eats the sugars and then it produces a bunch of CO2. It's no good, very fucked up. Maybe I could do like some David Attenborough type stuff. Or, oh, who did the nihilistic penguins? Who's the funny German guy that did the nihilistic penguins? Let's see. Nihilistic penguin. Werner Herzog. Let's see. Close that. Nice penguin transcript. Wait. You're telling me this entire script is trans? Let's see. Does it have? It doesn't have closed captions. Ah. I love that video. Dr. Ingley, is there such a thing as insanity among penguins? It's so dumb. It's so silly. These flightless birds walk towards the mountain, knowing surely they will die. See, I should go to the phone store, but I don't really wanna. I could go to the phone store tonight, or I could do it tomorrow after I get my paycheck and move some money to savings. Because I try to, every time I get a paycheck, put $100 of that check into my savings account that I don't touch. I only started the saving account recently, but I'm already up to like $600. And I've been saving more money than that just in my main account. It's nice having that bit of a cushion. And I got a raise, so I'm making even more money. Ooh, I don't know. I don't think this song's the vibe. I want more wah. That's not really wah, but it fits the vibe I was having this morning. Just the burn it all down. I am done with your shit. Like, give me a hammer. If it's broken, I'm gonna make sure it's broken. But then I gotta go home and I gotta stream and I gotta talk with you guys. And I'll be honest, I'm impressed by the amount of talking I did. It was a grand old time. And now I got a nice cider and it's got all the spices in it. I got a clove. I need to get like some tea bags or something that like resealable, reusable ones that I can put the spices in so I can pull them out. Because otherwise, then I end up like with a clove in tucked in between my gums and my cheek, or like allspice berries like that. Because you can't bite them, because then all the weird juices come out and it makes your tongue all tingly. Although I can eat the cinnamon stick. That's not too hard, because once it soaks, it gets nice and soft. Even though it is technically just like bark. Have you ever eaten a cinnamon stick, chat? It's pretty good. It's got a really nice texture that you can just chew on and the fibers start to separate apart. I've always liked good mouthfeel stuff. That's probably why I nearly choked to death on a quarter. The way like that your skin oils interact on coins is what gives them the taste and the smell. Because pennies don't have a smell. It's the oil interacting with the metal. Darn it. My breathe rate strip is dying. I believe in you. You're the only reason I live. You know, if I took just like a little piece of wire, like the sturdy wire that they use for fences, like to tie like barbed wire to a fence, and just put that in my nose at the right shape, it would be like a permanent breathe right strip. Chat, please tell me not to do surgery on myself. Please tell me not to do surgery on myself. Tell me not to crave the surety of the machine, not to praise the Messiah. Ever since I learned the weakness of my flesh, I was disgusted. You will come to me in your age and your decay and beg me to save you. But I am already saved. I love Warhammer. And that surety of the machine, like that conveys such despair in its way. You know what I mean? Like, what you have to go through to be like, you know what? Having skin? Fuck that. I don't want it anymore. I'm going to hack off parts of my body and replace them with machines because I am dying. This radiation thing sucks. And then that slowly evolved over time. Like Luton does some fantastic videos on the cult of Mars and how they started venerating technology because it was the best way to make sure the knowledge they needed to stay alive was passed down when they were stuck on Mars without the resources they needed. Their red was camouflage for the Martian surface, which was so heavily irradiated because the atmospheric generator stopped working. Although, technically speaking, I think if you got Mars to develop an atmosphere, gravity should hold that together. Hell, they could have probably just stole enough rocks with how advanced they were from Venus to make Mars big enough that it wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? Venus is largely just poison soup, but deep down in there, there's got to be some rocks. And they're probably only a little toxic. Just bury them deep on Mars. Use them for the inside rocks. Oh, but here I am asking Warhammer to be logical. Where the best thing to fight the horrifying space monsters is somehow still just big men in armor with sword. And what seems to amount to a pistol with their bolter at times. My phone's been buzzing a lot. The golden gavel? No, thank you. Patreons. TikTok, I thought I told you to stop giving me notifications. What happened? Network testing is starting for Night Rain. It looks like shit, I'll be fully honest. It looks like shovelware. Just like an asset flip to make some money. Now, if they really needed to make some money to keep them afloat on with a smaller project while they work on their next game, that's one thing. But with how much they made with the Elden Ring DLC alone, I feel like they should have been set, you know? But I don't feel like an extraction-based Fortnite ripoff was the move. Don't get me wrong, I love that they're changing up the style of combat and focusing around a multiplayer experience. But it doesn't really feel right, if you know what I mean. It doesn't feel like a FromSoft game. Personally, I'd really like to see a more heavily magic-focused game next. Hell, you could even do something with like the concept of D&D's The Weave, where all magic is by interacting with the Weave. And perhaps the Weave has gotten really fucked up. Because let's face it, FromSoft is best when they got some fucked up shit. Where they can go just hard into it. Well, what should we do? What should we do, chat? We've been really yapping. It's been almost 5 hours of just yap. Maybe we go say hello to somebody? What do you think? Let's refresh and just see who all I follow that is live. And if you got any recommendations for who we should raid, I would just like to raid another VTuber. Because I think that's the best way to kind of grow and also keep supporting the community. Maybe we say hello to Barry. I haven't seen her in a while. I wouldn't want to bother Zen or Henya. They're big and scary. Or we could say hello to Ray. He is also big, but he is big marshmallow of a man. He's playing Hello Kitty Island. I know he's not a VTuber, but he's VTuber adjacent, and I'm pretty sure he's married to Tina. If I remember right. That's right, there is a VTuber that is married. Ooh. There's Toaster, but they're playing Apex, and I will not support their poor decisions. Ooh, or we could say hello to Lumi with day 138 of Subathon. You know what? Let's go say hello to Berrybug. What do you think? We've had a great time today. We really yapped hard. You got some deep lore from my life. And we got to listen to a different genre of music than what we usually do. Right, let's do a follow search and see if Berrybug. Oh, and she's playing the spooky game. What do you say? Want to go say hello? She's playing My Side, the spooky waifu game. Let's start a raid. I had so much fun today. Thank you very much for coming by. I'll be on again tomorrow, maybe not quite as early. And I will see you then. Or maybe a bit earlier, I should say. Goodbye for now. And see you tomorrow.